Howdy folks, Corky Duke Farminator here. Come with me if you want to farm. This is Farming Simulator 22, Michigan Farms Map, Schafer's Ag Service, Part 115. This is an accurate replica of the farm I grew up on. And we're off. Okay. Here we are, and we're rolling. Get this field a rolling. Then we got to fertilize it. If it takes it, it should take it. Where's my fertilizer truck at? Might be around here. And it might be over here getting fertilizer. Nope. Oh, excuse me. Okay, where is it? I already emptied the milk out. I think I did. Yeah. All right. I think I put the milk in the dairy. All right, where is it? It's got to be around here somewhere. I think it's around this area, isn't it? Okay, I got to dump some of that back in there. What are we going to do with the straw? I think I was just going to put it in. The farm supply factory is what I think I was going to do. Oh man, excuse me. Man. Tires are really screwed up today. What else is new? Damn. Damn it, where did it go? What did I do with it? Son of a bitch, where is it? Man. The hell is it? This is pissing me off. What field did I last use it on? This one right here. I'll be right back. All right, where is this damn thing at? That's really pissing me off that I can't find it. Hey Austin, how you doing? Thanks for joining the stream. What's this damn thing? Is he done? Looks like it. Oh, look at that. Why is that a different color? It's all one field now. Or should be. I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. Glad you're doing good. You know what? I should. I may need to. Doing okay? Where is that damn thing at? Oh. Found it. Of course, now I remember where I put it. Always how it goes. Come on. Come on. Fuck. Come on. Come on! What is going on here? Move this damn thing. I don't understand why sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It's really annoying as fuck. See, now it works. I've already done this, but showing the spot that needs to be rolled. I guess it's a game problem. I don't know, but it seems to be working. All right. Oh crap! What the hell? Why did you do that? That stupid instruction sign? Unbelievable. Excuse me. Hey, Code Y23, how you doing? Well, I'm playing on YouTube. Wow, what's going on? Anything interesting going on YouTube? How you doing? Thanks for joining the stream, by the way. Thank you, Code. Appreciate it. Not a problem. What's that tree shaking for? Come on, stop that crap. You don't want to do stuff like that. Man. Sometimes the little quirks in this game drive me crazy. They really do. I just got these few trees, and then it'll be a while before I need to chop any trees down. Be able to combine those two fields together. Well, I'm grateful for the people I got to watch, so I don't exactly have 1,000 subscribers yet. On my other channel I do, but I haven't checked in a while to see if my other channel's monetized yet. Oh, that's all the trees I got left. I'm going to combine this into that field. Field 2. Combine field 15 together. I got all those trees chopped down. Excuse me. What's changing in it? YouTube TV? What's going to be the massive change? They're going to make it easier to monetize, I hope. So it's going to be separate than the current YouTube TV? I don't know, he's saying YouTube is changing. I guess it's called YouTube TV now. I don't know. But there's already a YouTube TV on there. I think you can buy TV off of YouTube, I think is what it is. I don't know. they don't make too many changes. I guess nobody adheres by the policy. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Oh, is that what it is? Yeah, the regular TV has been going out of business for a while now. What I'd like to be able to do is binge watch any TV show there is or has ever been created on YouTube. That would be cool. Instead of having to go to like Roku, because if I want to watch Simon and Simon, I got to go to Roku. What, Austin? What you got for me? Well, YouTube's got its share of advertisements too. And I don't think it's fair because neither one of my channels are monetized. I've got almost 10,000 subscribers on my other channel, but it's still not monetized because I'm short on the watch hours. But yet some of my most popular videos will have ads all the time. And I'm like, wait a minute. If you're not paying me, how come you can make money off of my videos? Is that going to put cable TV out of business, I wonder? Because cable TV is just not worth it. It's like they got 500 channels, you pay like, what, $100 a month for it, yet you can't find anything you want to watch on. Because I don't have cable right now, cable TV. I got my internet through Comcast, but I don't have cable TV. Because it's just not worth it. We got plenty of logs in a couple of trips. There's where my tank of water can go. All life on the farm, traveling back got that little bit of that big bone. That's not the turn that's tough. This is the turn you can never make. .5 million liters. All right. I gotta get me some more coffee. I'll be right back. How long can I hold this log in the air? Oh. That's that's the biggest field I got right there. So a combination of what, 4 fields? I call it field 6. Zex. Field Zex. We want more Zex. Zex is 6 in German, by the way. Some of you know that if you watch National Lampoon's European Vacation. I'm looking for sex. 2512. All right, this field done. Looks like that'll give me a higher reading. If I didn't just waste my fertilizer.
down all those years ago. He'll do every one he knows and say, you all sing along like a drop in the rain, like a car to the train. Voice that sings a little refrain, like a song on the way, doesn't end or begin, just keeps on coming around again. Linking the chain, linking the chain. Tapping toes and clapping hands, just the way it was and fiddler calls another tune, people circle around the room. Every Saturday, like a drop in the rain, like a car in the train. A voice that sings a little refrain, a link in the chain, like a song on the way, doesn't end or begin, just keeps on coming round again. A link in the chain, a link in the chain. Circle that's unbroken, wheel within a wheel, brings you back around and makes you feel like a drop in the rain, like a car in the rain.
bill due already? I get it paid. Got the money. I was credit one bank. I think my bill was due. All right, let's get it paid. Bill, you're due. Bill, where are you at? Bill. See, that's where instead of saying fire at will, they should be like fire at Bill. Yeah, that's what it should be. Get rid of somebody's bill. Well, I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. Work all night and sleep all day. How many trees do I got left? How many trees have I chopped down? I'm sure it's over 1,000 by now. 1,270 of them. I mean, give me some more coffee. Be right back. I gotta check something. He would have called me back. My understanding is Stephanie's supposed to be picking him up. Well, I say, let's get the bus going. Yeah, okay. Credit one, it's time to make a payment. Okay, I'll make a payment. Try and pay the whole thing off, that'd be nice. All right. Yeah, Stephanie's supposed to be picking him up.
People, and they don't really care about the health of the economy. Certainly not the hardliners. They believe they can wait that pain out longer than Mr. Trump can wait out the political pain and the pain that's at the gas pump here in the United States.
I wanted to ask you about a story I talked with Senator Ossoff about during the last hour, and I find it gutting and outrageous. And you are from a multi-generational family who has served in the military. There is this new reporting that and this is from now in Stars and Stripes, I should say, that interviews with active duty sailors and family members, along with dozens of public social media comments and posts by crew members, describe sailors struggling with exhaustion, declining morale, including reports of suicidal thoughts, and at least one instance where a crew member was prevented from jumping overboard. I find that so outrageous, and I just wonder what you think when you hear that reporting, given your record of service, your entire family's record of service.
It's very sad, but it's absolutely believable. When I deployed to the Persian Gulf, Jen, when I was a young officer in 1988, Reagan sent us over there to escort tankers in and out. Our deployment was 6 months in length. We deployed on time and we got home on time exactly 6 months later. We were ready for that length of duty. These sailors are now being deployed for much, much longer periods of time with not a real clear sense of both when they're leaving and when they're coming home. And deployments like that, they also they don't have the luxury of pulling into port in Bahrain like what I did. You pull into port and, get a beer, relax a little bit. They can't do that because there's no port in the Middle East that's safe for them. So they have to stay at sea. And staying at sea for that period of time, months and months, almost a year, that wears them
It'll
down.
drive,
So I
it'll
have
drive
no
you
doubt
crazy.
at all.
It will literally
The
drive you
stories that they are
crazy.
fatigued, that they are concerned, that their morale is low. I suspect that the ship's also going to need a lot more maintenance when they get home, because
Oh, yeah.
sea is a
It's
brutal
going to be out of
environment
commission for at least 6
vessel.
months.
These
Just on
are long
repairs.
deployments with very little predictability and certainty, and
Can't do that shit.
That weighs heavily.
Especially in the moment we're
It's
in.
gonna
and
cost us
reports of not enough
taxpayers
food
extra
and
dollars
health.
for that
Yeah,
crap.
It is heart-wrenching. John Kirby, always a pleasure. So informative. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Good to be with you, Jen. Thank you.
Okay, Colin, Donald Trump gets hit with a new lawsuit over what the plaintiffs call a profoundly corrupt act. We'll talk about that when we come back. And notifications to his social media posts. That's now a thing the president has been sued over. Here we are, 2026. Now, the lawsuit was filed in U.S. District Court in Manhattan by the news organization The Intercept and the nonprofit group the Freedom of the Press Foundation. In their suit, the plaintiffs argue this is all about what else? Money. Of course it is. Here's what it says, quote, President Trump created Truth Social in 2021 and remains its parent company's largest shareholder. Starting August 1st, 2026, Truth Social would charge up to $100,000 per month for users to get early access to market-moving messages from the president and other officials on the platform. This scheme is profoundly corrupt. The president stands to gain financially by giving market-moving government information to those who are willing and able to pay his personal company. The scheme is also unconstitutional. The First Amendment guarantees equal access to the president's public announcements, and even content-neutral burdens on that access must be narrowly tailored to serve a significant government interest. There is no legitimate interest, let alone a significant one, in permitting President Trump to profit from selling government information. There it all is for all of you. Quite a thing. Joining us now is Senator Shelton Whitehouse of Rhode Island. He serves, as you know, on the Senate Judiciary Committee and Senate Finance Committee. Senator, thank you so much for being here with me tonight. Let me start by asking you, given all of your own legal expertise, what do you make of this lawsuit on the merits?
Well, let's start with the fact that Trump's Truth Social is really crashing. It's lost more than a third of its visitors. And so I think he feels pretty desperate to try to generate more revenue for this business where he's the majority.
His only revenue is supposed to be his presidential salary. That's supposed to be his only revenue.
Public government information.
That's it.
And for a fee to himself.
He's not supposed to be making anything else.
Allowing special interests to
it.
front run the official government information by paying him a fee of as much as $1 million a year. So it's obviously corrupt. This is government information. He doesn't get to gate it himself to extract money. And then you've got the special interest nefariousness of who's buying this stuff to be able to make flash trade type moves. A lot of Wall Street firms in buying for obvious reasons. So I think the lawsuit has a very good shot.
When I saw the reporting on this, and I feel like we talked about this, I felt like this cannot possibly be true. It feels like very in-your-face public insider trading or something like that. I mean, does it feel that way to you? How do you describe it to people?
Well, I think you could probably describe it the best as a former press secretary. Imagine if you had important breaking news, you were in the White House briefing room, and you said, I've got important breaking news, and anybody who wants it needs to pay me $100,000. And the rest of you have to leave the room, and I'm not going to tell you what it is for 10 minutes. These guys will all get it first, but you got to pay me, Jen Psaki, money in order to get the news first. You know, it's I can see from your face how ridiculous that is.
Well, I'd be a lot richer, but I'd probably also be in jail at the same time for that kind of behavior. But that is a very good way of describing it for people who are tuning into this story. Let me ask you while I have you about another story that I'm sure is on your radar, because today the Washington Post broke this story. The Justice Department has convened a special grand jury in Washington, a rare legal body that officials say could pave the way for federal prosecutors in the nation's capital to investigate some of its biggest and most controversial cases. It feels a bit like it's shrouded in mystery, and maybe it is, but what is going on here?
Well, they're clearly up to something. My understanding, under the D.C. court rules, a special grand jury is exempt from the usual time constraints of a regular grand jury. You sign up for a grand jury, you serve for a period of time, they present cases, and when you're done, you're done. A special grand jury can stay in session.
Gotta get rid of this dance, please. I'll be right back.
And it's rarely used, but it's used for really major investigations that look like they may have a very, very long period that they have to be maintained. The fact that this is Jeanine Pirro's office while she's hanging onto her job by a thread for having outed the botched reflecting pool job instead of going forward with the prosecution. And the fact that the guy who's running this was behind the attempt to charge my colleagues for having said that members of the armed services have a right to disobey unlawful and unconstitutional orders, a statement of legal fact. You add up the motives of Pirro and the motives of her flunky who is running this, and I don't know what it means yet, but I can safely bet that it means nothing good for the American people.
You know, and as to your point, the motivation here is pretty clear since she's holding on to her job with a bit of by a thread here. Let me ask you about Donald Trump had another loss in court today. About mail-in voting. And for people who are just tuning into this, the order, basically, a federal judge extended a block on a key part of his executive order trying to curtail mail-in voting. And here's how NPR described it. They said the order released by U.S. District Judge Indira Talwani on Tuesday comes as the wait continues for the Supreme Court to weigh in on an earlier ruling. The judge's latest ruling bans the U.S. Postal Service from trying to finish carrying out Trump's directives in every state. So for someone who knows legalese and legal language, and for people out there who are worried about their ability to participate in mail-in voting being curtailed, what does this mean just 83 days until the midterms?
Well, what happened is that I think 23 states sued against Trump's executive order that purported to put the post office and the postmaster general in a supervisory role over mail ballots, which is not a post office function, and which violates the general proposition that states run elections, federal government does not. So that was the case that they brought initially, and they won. And then other plaintiffs came in and said, hey, not just the 23 states, everybody should be protected by the court order throwing out Trump's postmaster general election interference trick. And what Judge Talwani did was to agree to expand the order that she already issued to cover more defendants, to make it a nationwide order. Her first order is now upheld on appeal at the First Circuit and is at the Supreme Court now, awaiting a decision by the Supreme Court as to whether that's going to be upheld. So we could be hearing more news on this out of the Supreme Court very, very soon. And I can't resist adding that Jeanine Pirro is not in trouble for abusing her office. She's in trouble for stopping abusing her office. Yes.
This is where we are in 2026. It's really quite unbelievable. Thank you for guiding us through, as an excellent law professor and senator, a lot of the cases out there that we all want to know more about. Thank you again for being here, Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay, coming up, 800,000 reasons that Donald Trump should be very, very worried right now when it comes to one of the most important states in the country, Democratic primary for Wisconsin governor. It is a marquee race in this formerly reliably blue state, which shocked pundits when Donald Trump won it in 2016 and 2024, without winning a majority of voters. Now, in 2016, Trump won Wisconsin with 47% of the vote, and in 2024 with 49% of the vote. With just months after Trump returned to office in 2025, Wisconsin voters sharply rejected conservative politics in a high-profile state Supreme Court race in which the balance of power of the court was at stake. You may remember this part, even if you don't remember the state's part. There he is, Elon Musk in his cheese hat. Famously and ridiculously, the guy parachuted into Wisconsin on behalf of Republicans with offers of $1 million checks to voters. Remember this? Which the Wisconsin Elections Commission, I would note, has determined were likely illegal bribes. Of course they were. Now, it didn't matter, though, because Musk and his money lost. The liberal justice won by 10 points, and the court remains liberal majority to this day. But that race in Wisconsin was the canary in the coal mine for the backlash to Donald Trump that we have seen in election after election across the country since then. The current Democratic governor of Wisconsin, Tony Evers, has a 51% approval rating in the latest Marquette Law School poll, and the candidate Governor Evers endorsed to succeed him, David Crowley, came back from exiting the race to win the nomination overnight. Now, another exciting fact, nearly 800,000 voters who call Wisconsin home cast ballots in the Democratic primary last night. A massive turnout that exceeds the turnout from the last contested gubernatorial primary just a couple of years ago. It's nearly presidential primary levels, just to give you a sense. November is coming, as we all know, 83 days away, and Democratic voters in Wisconsin seem quite ready to do their part. Joining us now is former Wisconsin Democratic Party Chair Ben Wickler, the author of the brand new book, This is the Plan, How to End America's Meltdown and Save Democracy. Ben Wickler, as I was watching this, I couldn't go to sleep last night because I was just waiting for the results to come in, as all of us political animals tend to do. What's your takeaway from the results? But also how the Democratic candidates really came together so quickly in this show of unity over the last less than 24 hours.
Thanks so much for having me on, Jen. The country was transfixed to figure out who was going to win the primary. I was most transfixed by the other thing that you just mentioned, the explosive level of turnout in this primary election. Voters were intent on two things. They wanted change from this disastrous dumpster fire that Donald Trump has thrown the whole country into, and they wanted someone who's going to win the general election. And they found a combination of those two things in David Crowley. And what's so extraordinary is the next morning, all the candidates, there were 4 in the race on the ballot, they all came together for a unity brunch, waffles and eggs Benedict, the delicious breakfast food here in a Wisconsin diner. They're now on a unity tour across the state. Everyone is coming together because we all know the stakes in this fight are whether the country, whether our state will be affordable for the people who are just trying to make a living here, whether we'll be a democracy where people get to call the shots, or whether we'll have someone like Tom Tiffany, who was part of the plot to overturn the 2020 election, that has voted for everything that has made our lives more expensive while he's been in Congress, whether a guy like him gets to run a state like Wisconsin. I think the verdict is already becoming clear. Voters want David Crowley. They want a Democrat to lead the nation's closest swing state.
Let's talk about the House. There has been a lot of attention on this fascinating to-the-wire gubernatorial primary. I just talked to David Crowley in the last hour. It's his really interesting background, such a compelling candidate. But there is this seat, Wisconsin 3, which you know well, but I think everybody should be tuning into closely, because Democrat Rebecca Cook is taking on Republican Congress Rep Jared Van Orden, and it's one of the Democrats' top red to blue targets. So this would be a flip in Democrats' efforts to win back the House. What's your read on this race? What should people know about the race? How does even the outcome of last night, higher up on the ticket, impact this race?
So Wisconsin's 3rd congressional district is one of the most critical swing districts in the country. In the last election, Rebecca Cook was the Democratic candidate. She ran several points ahead of Kamala Harris and even of Tammy Baldwin. So she is a spitfire of a candidate. She's a waitress. She has endorsements across the political spectrum, from the left to the center, and she's a fighter for working people. What's going to happen this fall is she'll be up against a guy who is famously explosive, screaming at teenagers at public libraries and in the state's capital, but also voted to cut $1 trillion from healthcare, even as hospitals in his own district, which has a lot of rural areas because rural hospitals were closing down. So this is someone who's directly harmed the lives of the people that he's supposed to represent in the U.S. House. So this is going to be one of the seats, a handful of seats that determine control of the United States House. But the thing that we do in Wisconsin is we build a united permanent campaign. When folks go out to knock on doors for David Crowley, they'll be knocking on doors for Rebecca Cook, they'll be knocking on doors for state legislators who have a chance to flip the state assembly and the state senate for the first time since the 2008 wave and then the red wave that swept Republicans into power in 2010. It's a once-in-a-generation moment to win up and down the ballot in Wisconsin. Rebecca Cook's part of that, David Crowley's part of it, and thousands of volunteers who are getting going right now, they're part of it too.
You were still the Wisconsin Democratic Party chair when Elon Musk came to town back in April. Was it April? Yes, April of 2025. Or that embarrassing and ridiculous well, just what's embarrassing and ridiculous on him, I should say. The cheese hat.
Very embarrassing and ridiculous on him.
We love a cheese hat in general.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm wondering, I mean, because that felt, I remember that race so well. Everybody was so focused on that across the country as well. What did that election help you understand about where we are today? What do you think we learned from it about our politics, money? What should be underestimated? And I ask you this because we're, as you know, 83 days out from the midterms.
So that's actually the opening scene in my book. You can see in my book.
On cue. There you go.
I have a fire extinguisher on the cover. It's because the country kind of is on fire right now. I think we all feel that. We certainly felt it then. At that moment in 2025, it seemed like Elon Musk could buy whatever political outcome he wanted. He poured $250 million into putting Trump in office. He was running the federal government. He was ripping up our foreign aid programs that keep millions of people alive and slashing the call centers of Social Security offices. And he waltzed into Wisconsin to buy the state Supreme Court majority. If he'd been able to do that, it would have felt, I think, to people all across the country that there was no path out of this mess. And instead, people at the grassroots level across Wisconsin organized, knocked on doors, talked to their neighbors, folks chipped in what they were able to. He outspent us, but we out-communicated and out-organized him and his tens of millions of dollars. And we were able to throw him out by 10 percentage points in a state that normally comes down to 1 percentage point or less. That showed us that there's still power in the people in this country. It also showed us, when Elon Musk came, he said that this race may not seem like a big deal, but it could affect the entire destiny of humanity. It reminded us that it's these races that no one's paying attention to. State Supreme Courts, state legislative races, down-ballot races that affect how elections are administered, that wind up writing the rules for American democracy. And that's at the core of the plan of my book, but also what all of us have to do over these next few months. We have to win the House, we have to win the Senate, but we also have to win the offices that will control whether the future elections in 2028 are free and fair, whether everyone's ballots actually get counted. Those races get much less attention, but they can have a massive impact on the future of the idea of the American experiment. So if we throw our shoulder against the wheel, there's a path out of this mess. We did it in Wisconsin, we can do it nationwide.
All very good lessons to stick with everybody 83 days out from the midterms. Ben Wickler, thank you. So this in the Oval Office.
This is something very important for all of us. And it's a vaccine EO, effective immediately. My administration is recognizing gold standard childhood vaccine recommendations for only 11 core vaccinations against the most serious and dangerous diseases, along with the MMR, which hopefully will be split up. That's the proof of it. With a vaccination that looks like the size of a bottle of soda poured into a little child's body. And bad things happen in many cases, too many cases, because this is an explosion, this is an epidemic.
That everyone is the man who thinks he should be the one telling you what to do when it comes to vaccinating your kids. And to get into more details, in case you haven't been following all the details of the story, the executive order, according to MS Now, recommends reducing the amount of immunizations kids receive to provide protection for 11 diseases, down from the 18 that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention had previously recommended. It also recommends separating the combined measles, mumps, and rubella, also known as MMR, vaccine into 3 individual shots. Responding to that, the American Academy of Pediatrics issued this press release saying, quote, as measles cases reach a 35-year high in the U.S. and with cold and flu season quickly approaching, Monday's executive order on vaccines is not only disheartening but dangerous. There's no new evidence to justify significant changes to childhood immunization guidance. Could not have been more clearly stated. Joining us now to talk through this is Dr. Vin Gupta, practicing pulmonologist and an MS Now senior medical analyst. Let me start just by asking you, for people who are tuning into this, can you just explain why this executive order is so misguided?
Sure, Jen. Good evening. It's incoherent, it's callous, and it's not rooted in actual evidence. Normally medicine starts with evidence, you then develop a product, and then make a recommendation. Here, they've reversed the sequence. They've announced the recommendation, asked manufacturers, pharmaceutical companies to invent the products, and then now they're looking for evidence to justify it. They completely reverted the sequence here, and it's completely unnecessary. Even pharmaceutical companies are coming out saying there's no reason to do this. And two, pediatricians and AAP, other societies are saying, Jen, this is going to triple the number of shots for children for this critical set of pathogens we want to protect against. And we know that that's going to cause friction, and people are going to miss appointments. It's going to cause delayed vaccinations, create more susceptible communities, and that's why this is misguided.
My children are 8 and 11, but it is something that freaks out, I think, a lot of parents when they see this and they hear this and they wonder what this will mean. I mean, to your point, a number of these individual vaccines aren't even available right now. So how much weight does this executive order actually even have in terms of the impact on people out there?
Well, to your point, Jen, I think a lot of people are going to ask, I've seen this directly, my wife's a pediatrician, we talk about this a lot, is even if nothing happens, I suspect that nothing will actually happen. There's 2 years to this EO, there's no teeth to it. The FDA cannot, or the president cannot force pharmaceutical companies to actually do this. So there's likely not going to be production on a timeline in which this EO exists for the next 2 years. So likely nothing happens. However, this is going to create confusion. I think a lot of families out there are saying, well, is there something wrong with a combined vaccine? Those questions have been asked now for the last 18 months. They will continue to get asked. And that, to me, is the rub here. We're creating friction. More vaccine appointments are suggesting splitting things up, asking questions. They're introducing more friction into a system that already has a lot of friction.
Let me ask you one more very practical question. I think a lot of parents spend a lot of time ensuring that forms are filled out for camps, for school, for all kinds of activities, providing proof often of their child's MMR vaccines. As we said, these separate vaccines, of course, don't currently exist. It doesn't have teeth. How does this kind of recommendation, how could this impact this requirement? And how should parents understand how this could impact those type of forms that a lot of states and camps are requiring?
Yeah, Jeremy, I think this is exactly the question that's going to impact people at the state and local level, at the school district level. States make requirements when it comes to vaccines, especially when it comes to what might be required in a school setting, in a camp setting. And so can some states, those that perhaps are red states, say we're going to go towards what the federal government is saying and start to expect people to have individual proof of an MMR vaccine, so a measles, mumps, rubella, separately, even though we don't have access to it, possibly. Or they could, make any number of exceptions here. And so that's where there's going to be confusion. What are red states specifically going to do at the local and state level, at the school district level, to introduce?
I hate it when it does that.
The Strait of Hormuz. We'll also go through new reporting on the deteriorating conditions service members are facing amid their months-long deployment to the Middle East.
I mean, this is an absolute disgrace. Everything that we're hearing about what these poor sailors are going through makes you wonder how this is happening in the United States military and how the Secretary of Defense could allow this to happen, but it's happening.
We'll have the very latest on that. Also ahead, we'll explain the new weapon that ICE agents could soon have in their hands. Plus, we'll take a look at new polling in key races that could determine control of Congress. With us, we have the co-host of our 8 a.m. hour, staff writer at The Atlantic, Jonathan Lemire. Staff writer at The Atlantic, Frank Barr, is with us, and senior writer at The Dispatch and columnist at Bloomberg Opinion, David Drucker, is here as well.
To be hired by The Atlantic. As everybody. You know, you guys know.
When in doubt, go to The Atlantic.
I will tell you, I love The Atlantic. Bloomberg, though, is doing some incredible reporting, and the Bloomberg newsletter. I don't mean to read newsletters, but sometimes I accidentally do read newsletters, and the Bloomberg newsletter is pretty extraordinary. Really? As is the writing. Willie, I was just flipping through, my Variety. I always look at the Variety every morning. Do you realize that this summer's box office has now passed over $4 billion? I mean, The Odyssey, which has sort of been the cultural event of the summer, in part because of the weenies on, I won't even say the far right, but just people making shit up about, oh, this is the worst, it's the most anti-Western film ever. When it's actually one of the most pro-Western films ever. But The Odyssey has done extraordinarily well, in part because people are so tired of AI slop. Nolan, the best review I've seen is he's the most analog director ever. There's nothing AI about what Christopher Nolan does. So people go there. It's real. The ships are real. The people getting sick, almost throwing up on those ships that are in real storms. People can see it. They know it's real. And it was just an extraordinary film. But that and Spider-Man has pushed the box office, which was supposed to be dead, has pushed the box office over $4 billion. And it reminds us of a couple years ago when another Christopher Nolan film, Oppenheimer, teamed up with Barbie to help it, I believe, to get close to $4 billion.
Yeah, I mean, we keep hearing since COVID about the death of movies in the theaters, and that is true that they've declined. But I mean, you see these summers we've had. The Barbenheimer summer comes to mind, as you say. But this summer, between The Odyssey and Spider-Man and some other films that have done really well, it's been extraordinary. And The Odyssey pushing over $1 billion. Spider-Man's over $1 billion worldwide. Those are two huge movies and two very different movies in that Spider-Man has all the fun and the Tom Holland of it all, the special effects. And as you say, The Odyssey, I think people are really, not only is it an amazing spectacle, especially if you're lucky enough to see it in IMAX, but you just sit there and you go, my gosh, I can't believe everything I'm seeing really happened. In other words, the Cyclops is a puppet, and the tall guys fighting in the woods are really tall guys fighting in the woods, made to look like giants through the brilliance of Christopher Nolan. So yeah, there's when you shoot in IMAX, as I learned talking to Matt Damon, and you learn talking to Christopher Nolan, it is a painstaking process. I went through it to make that movie. It's changing out those reels every 3 minutes or whatever it was, just to get this done, and it was worth every minute of it.
Yeah, it really was. It was just an extraordinary movie, and I haven't seen Spider-Man yet, but my children tell me that we are going to be going to see Spider-Man together.
Honest Man.
Honest Man is what, yeah. So yeah, Barbenheimer and Alex Corson just said this is the summer of Honest Man.
Okay.
And on also in entertainment news, and Mika and I were fascinated to hear about this from two friends of Morning Joe, Ari Emanuel and Jordan Roth, both did a massive deal, a theater deal, for a lot of Broadway theaters.
On the same concept.
And East End theaters in London. A massive deal. And I was asking them, wait, is this the time to invest so heavily into theater in the time of AI? And they said something that was fascinating. No, you don't understand. Theater's hotter than ever now, and it's hotter than ever now because young people especially are tired of AI slop. They want to go into a theater, they want to see something that is real, that they know is real, actors that are real, sets that are real. This is actually, we're about to move into a golden age for theater because we're seeing in all of entertainment a reaction, especially among younger Americans, to AI slop.
Yeah, live events all over the place, whether it's sports, obviously, see the World Cup this summer, whether it's theater on Broadway, whether it's in news doing live events as well. That's where the action is, and I think that's exactly what you and Ari put your finger on, which is people want real experience. They want to see something that's not just being fed to them in their phone. They don't want it to be so passive. They want to actually interact with something. So I didn't realize that that deal for Broadway and the West End had been struck. That's great news. Two titans of entertainment working together to bring that about. Anything that's good for Broadway, I'm for. So that's great news.
No doubt about it. And Donnie's going to be with us today, brand up. And of course, brand up is going to be Baby Gap T-shirts, which he always wears, and Beatles boots with the big heels on there. I don't really understand that. And tight jeans that got a little too close to the ankle. Also brand up, but also brand up live. Very taper's the wrong word. This is it's like strangled down there. It's just terrible. But live TV events.
Yeah.
Brand up.
People want the connection.
Yeah.
Their AI does not fulfill that.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to our top story this morning. The stalemate over the Strait of Hormuz continues as the war with Iran stretches further into its 6th month. President Trump yesterday again insisted the United States has control over the key waterway, posting on Truth Social, quote, "I think we will keep it," before touting the American naval blockade of Iranian ports and adding, quote, "Praise be to Allah." The president's insistence comes despite Iranian claims otherwise and little traffic moving through the strait. The International Energy Agency yesterday warned that reopening the waterway is becoming more and more urgent as oil stockpiles are depleting at a rapid pace. U.S. gas prices, meanwhile, climbed to a national average of $4.03 per gallon yesterday. That marks a record high level for this point in the calendar year, and that's the part that people are going to feel about this war of Donald Trump's choice. I don't think his party even campaigned on going into wars.
It's very interesting. No, of course not. And we've talked about that, and that's certainly a problem for him. We are, though, where we are right now. And Willie, I've got to say, again, here we have the president, in a good way, I think, being stubborn, not saying, Iran, we're going to give you whatever you want. We're going to give you $500 billion. We're going to lift sanctions on your oil. Just do anything to get us out of this war. He's tried that. The Iranians have proven they can't be bribed. And I do know gas prices are high. They're over $4. It's interesting, though, because if you look at oil prices, which a lot of people were predicting were going to be $150 a barrel. It's like at $87. Closed. I think Brent crude closed below 90 yesterday. Well, look at that. Below 90 yesterday. Well, look at that. Okay. Wow. 82 and 87. That's showing something that I don't know. A lot of people in the hot heat of a political campaign will take note of. That's showing that America's energy supplies are far more resilient. And I will tell you, America's long-term strategic health, militarily and geopolitically, depends on the strait becoming less and less relevant, which I think the longer this drags on, the less relevant it's going to become. So the president, of course, saying a lot of things that are going to provoke, but also, though, it's more of a head-down approach, so-called low-key approach. We're going to take our time. We're not going to be pushed into a deal that gives the worst regime in the world $500 billion.
And it may be because the low-key approach is the only approach at this point. He's exhausted military options. We know the supplies of important munitions are down, weapons that could bring, perhaps he thought, Iran to heel. That hasn't happened. But gas is still over $4 a gallon, the highest it's ever been at this point in the summer, at this point of the year. That's still a big problem for people buying gas, of course, but also for the president and Republicans politically as we head into the fall. And John, when he says, again, that we control the strait, that's objectively untrue. Fox News did a whole segment about it yesterday. It's not just us or others saying it, that Iran allows 8 to 10 to 14 ships a day through. It's usually 100 ships a day through that critical passageway. So they still do have the ability to put the clamps on the Strait of Hormuz and control how much we pay for gas here.
Yeah, and that's the risk inherent to this new strategy of trying to wait them out. And, you know, it's always, as a reporter, rewarding when you do a piece and you know you've got it nailed, you've buttoned up with your sources and fact checking and all that. But then the president comes out and confirms it on Truth Social, which is what happened this week, as I reported the other day about how it's going to be this economic blockade, and they feel like they can wait out Iran, that they feel like that Iran's economy is really struggling, and that president laid that out on Truth Social yesterday. A couple of notes on that, though. Yes, to Joe's point, the U.S. and other allies feel like the Strait of Hormuz will be less important someday. Like there is going to be, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has been on a campaign in recent days to talk about the sort of pipelines that are in the works to try to be able to have energy go through that region, skipping the Strait of Hormuz. But that's going to be a few years away. So therefore, we're stuck with the situation now. And Iran is not showing any signs of backing down. They are going to control the Strait of Hormuz. They're only going to permit a few ships to go through. They are going to, at some point, assess some sort of tolling mechanism to profit off of that. And that's going to be a problem. And there's nothing, frankly, the U.S. can do about it in the short term. They do have to see if the blockade and the sanctions, there's talk of ramping up sanctions on Iran, will eventually cripple the regime enough economically that they'll have to come to the table. But at this point, they've been resilient, and frankly, the hardliners in power don't really care that the average citizens of Iran are struggling. So that's not going to be a pressure point that potentially works. So, but this is, Joe and Mika, this is the moment where we are seeing, you know, this is what the White House is trying to do, is trying to wait this out, try to walk away from the threats of violence, at least for now, try to walk away from negotiations which haven't gone anywhere, and to try to say this economic pain, that's going to be our play. The issue is, will that get resolved in time before November's elections? Republicans are very
but that's the thing, though. Probably will not if it's going to be done right. But again, if you have oil at $82 a barrel, I'm guessing that, again, this is the best strategic move. And I'm also guessing, David Drucker, that if oil is hovering down in the 80s, and yet gas stations are charging, oil companies and gas stations are charging over $4 a gallon, I think that's going to become a bigger issue in this campaign. We've already heard the President of the United States going after people that are price gouging right now. I suspect we're going to hear more about that because, again, the price per barrel of oil is lower than anybody would have expected it to be this far into the war. That says a hell of a lot about what the United States is able to do on its own, and I also think it has a lot to do with workarounds that other countries are doing to not get their oil from the Strait. But again, it doesn't really line up. If you're in the 80s for price per barrel, why is it the gas prices are over $4 a gallon? I think that's something the president and Republicans may both make big political hay over in the coming weeks and months.
Called price gouging.
Yeah, they may. And
just like
we know the American economy is always a lot more resilient.
When Trump started this illegal war,
I think at the initial part of the crisis, we've seen this over.
What happened? Very next day, the price at the gas pumps jumped up like, 30 cents in one day. Yet it takes weeks, even months sometimes, for the oil to be processed, turned into gasoline, and delivered to these pumps. So that means they were price gouging you because they were still paying on the old gas that they had bought. And that new war was not affecting them as far as the price is concerned. That's called price gouging.
Years, even when our economy gets knocked on its backside, it's innovative and it tends to recover much quicker than economies around the world. That's been one of our key strengths. And politically, and from a domestic standpoint, the question is always how do voters feel about it. One thing I'd say about these gas prices, and I've talked to economists about it, is is that this isn't a one-to-one indicator, right? So what we're going to see over time is when geopolitical pressure sends gas prices up, sends oil prices up, and that translates into higher energy prices, that happens very quickly. And as that pressure eases, the reverse happens very slowly. And so oil per barrel might be one price today. It's not going to correspond directly to what the price at the pump is today. And so this below $100 a barrel may translate weeks from now, even months from now, or it may not, because we keep going through these sort of boom and bust with the pressure in the Strait and the war in Iran, which seems to sort of zigzag, if you will. One thing I point out here is that political parties and presidents at their wits' end usually go with price gouging so that they can offload the blame. And that may or may not be true, but I think in this case, the way we have to understand it, when you talk to economists, and they call it the rockets and feathers theory, is that the pressure sends gas prices up quickly, but the reverse, you remove that pressure and it's just going to float down really slowly. That's economics 101, and that's something Republicans and the president are going to have to deal with between now and election day.
Total play now for free.
You need to be having better sex. Blue Chew Gold, Blue Chew Gold, Blue Chew Gold, Blue Chew Gold. Sorry, it's time to fuck me.
Republicans and the president are going to have to deal with between now and election day.
All right, now this, American and Ukrainian troops went head-to-head in military drills in Germany earlier this year, and the Wall Street Journal reports the U.S. was easily defeated by Ukraine's drone operators. The trainings held back in April and May tested troop capabilities against smaller drones that have been used prominently in the war between Ukraine and Russia. According to the journal, the exercise, coupled with U.S. casualties in Iran, shows American vulnerabilities to drones years after the U.S. made uncrewed systems an essential part of warfare.
You know, Frank Four, I was talking to somebody yesterday who had commented on how Poland has become America's strongest military partner in NATO. I said, hey, you're right. It's pretty incredible. And they will probably remain one of our strongest NATO allies until we beg Ukraine to come in. I mean, again, I love the law of unintended consequences. America freezes out Ukraine. Ukraine says, okay, we'll create the future. Instead of taking your old systems that cost way too much, we're going to create the future of warfare ourselves. And they have. And this story is just one more illustration of how far advanced they are. And the General Petraeus was right about a month ago when he said, you want to see what the future of warfare is going to look like? All you have to do is see what Ukraine's doing on the front lines with Russia right now.
It's really one of the most incredible stories going back to kind of day one of this war, which is that you have this Russian juggernaut, this old army that has all of these advantages that we assume would be the ultimate advantages in war, and then you have this scrappy underdog that's had to survive by tactically innovating, then actually technologically innovating. And so they've developed all of these new methods for asymmetric warfare that we don't have in the bank. And they've developed an industrial base. This is one of the other incredible stories of this war, which is that not just have these a couple guys on the front lines who are hacking away, but there are actual factories that have been built, their processes have been built. There's an industrial base that's manufacturing this stuff. And over the long run, I mean, the alliance between the United States and Ukraine is going to be one that, no matter how hard Donald Trump tries to push them away, we're going to be pushed together, because this is not how Vladimir Putin sees the world. And we have these vulnerabilities that exercise the Wall Street Journal reported on have been exposed, and we simply need Ukraine.
Yeah, we need Ukraine, and they're certainly outdoing us right now on this exercise, but also in the production of these drones, which is the future of warfare. And there's finally some dawning realization at the Pentagon that we need to start catching up, but that is going to be a process. At the same time, we still see the DoD, outline extraordinary expenditures for, frankly, finding weapons to fight the last war, including like these Trump-class battleships, which are extraordinarily expensive. And frankly, the technology Trump wants for them doesn't even exist. But in terms of the short term in Ukraine, we are seeing, the battlefield, still a stalemate, but Ukraine has been able to hit deep within Russian territory. The problem is Russia's still able to rain terror down on Ukrainian cities as well. Ukraine running low on those interceptor defense missiles, much like we're seeing the problems in the Middle East right now. And the U.S. is simply not able to they're not access to them for Kyiv right now, which is why, as we reported a few weeks ago, Zelensky went to Trump and said, look, can you intervene with Elon Musk? We need Starlink, therefore the better internet access in Russia so we can pilot our drones to take out these like smaller missile batteries that are raining these missiles down on Ukraine. To this point, we checked on it again yesterday. Musk's still not committal. The White House not suggesting that they'll put any more pressure on.
Russia's still going after civilian targets, blowing up grain ships to continue its war there. Let's go back to Iran. New developments in a story we brought you a few days ago. MS Now Pentagon correspondent was with us here on set, bringing her reporting. Priya Shrithar on last week about angry military families challenging the acting Secretary of the Navy over the conditions aboard the USS Lincoln as the combat mission against Iran stretches on with no clear timelines. The families of those on board raised concerns over the sailors' mental health, about safety on deck, long work days, food shortages, water contamination, moldy showers, and sailors running out of toothpaste, deodorant, soap, and other supplies. Now, new reporting shows some of those military members aboard the Lincoln have begun taking desperate measures, as the aircraft carrier sets a modern-day record for the most continuous days at sea. The aircraft carrier had been on deployment for well over 260 days after leaving its home port of San Diego on November 21st. Military Times reports one woman says her husband was repeatedly overextended before he attempted to jump overboard from the carrier. She adds that he's scared and remains on medical hold. Another woman tells the outlet her husband was on watch when he saw a shipmate preparing to go overboard as well. She says her husband intervened, calling out to the sailor before grabbing their arms and pulling them onto the deck. This is extraordinary reporting, first from Priya at MS Now, who brought us that last week. Now the Military Times guys going into detail. Since November 21st, they have been out to sea. This is the longest deployment on a ship like that ever. And when we think about, what these guys and women have been going through, and with the fact that the Secretary of Defense seemed very interested and obsessed with their testosterone levels, but not whether or not they're getting real food aboard the ship as this war drags on, and who knows how long they'll be out there. There have been town hall meetings from these military families in the San Diego area where they have just erupted, understandably so, on leaders about the conditions they're hearing about from their loved ones on board that ship.
It's about military readiness. This is something that we worried about on the Armed Services Committee all the time. You have to make sure the rotation is such that people can do their rotation, they can do their duty, then they can get home.
There is no rotation.
They can get back on base, they can rest up, and they can be, again, prepared. So this comes down to military readiness. I've never seen anything like this before. And again, this is the problem. This is what happens when you have a defense secretary that's obsessed about the color of people's skin, whether somebody is a man or a woman, testosterone levels, this obsession over DEI, and that's all we ever hear about. And what we're not hearing about is, the basics. The basics always start with readiness. So men and women of the United States military, militarily ready to go into combat if called upon. And this is the exact opposite of what you do to make sure that they are prepared and ready to go. And this doesn't have anything to do with toughness or this or that or the other. There are normal rotations. This is insane by any measure at all. And so, think about it, Jonathan O'Meara. We have this happening on the USS Lincoln. We have our sailors being treated like third-class citizens, treated like trash, actually. So we're not taking care of job one, which is, again, military readiness. And secondly, we're not even able to keep count of the munitions that we have. Pete Hegseth's DOD has run out of munitions to fight a hot war with Iran that Pete Hegseth told the president we should store it. So he's sitting around talking about testosterone levels and doing all these stupid promo videos that are supposed to make him look tough, obsessing over somebody, whether somebody's black or white, taking down, like obsessing over taking down the pictures of the man who flew more combat missions than anybody else in the history of the United States military. But because Chappie James was black, Pete Hegseth had to take the picture down. These are the things he's obsessed on. We hear for years, oh my God, they're too concerned about DEI, it's getting in the way of the mission. No, it's just the opposite. It's Pete Hegseth who is so obsessed with the color of somebody's skin, or whether it's a man or a woman that's doing the mission, or whether the person is black or white that's doing extraordinary things to protect and defend the United States of America. He's so obsessed over the little things that readiness is falling by the wayside.
Showing off on group chats.
Showing off on group chats. Hey, we're about to bomb here.
Firing the people who would have been able to identify the collateral damage of the war.
Right.
Strike.
So,
School.
Not taking care of first things first. He's actually worried about social, he wants to worry about social issues and social policies inside the Pentagon instead of making sure we have the munitions we need and making sure that our military men and women are ready for warfare and they get like sane, rational rotations like every other commander-in-chief and every other Secretary of Defense before him actually did.
Yeah, the secretary obsessed with, as you say, rewriting the Pentagon's history, passing over officers for promotions, firing officers. Almost all of those officers, we should note, either women or people of color. He is, I believe, posted another social media video this week. He was out visiting some sailors in San Diego. The secretary loves to do that. And that connects to the Iran conversation we were having a few minutes ago, that yes, the president has settled on this campaign of economic pressure, in part because even if he wanted to escalate hostilities, he can't. We have plenty of offensive weapons, that's true, but when Iran hits back, we're so short of the defensive munitions, we have no confidence. We report that we could defend our bases in the region, as well as our allies who have absorbed the brunt of what Iran has done to this point. And the president and DOD leadership had a preheated exchange about 10 days ago or so at Camp David. The White House continues to insist that Secretary Hegseth's job is safe, but I am certainly told, I've been hearing this for a while now, that there are people in the building have soured on him, but the president, at least for now, it's the only vote that matters, John. President Trump still believes in him.
Why?
Okay.
This is a guy that's caused problems time and time again, starting with Signalgate, but now he's pushed the president into the war, along with Netanyahu, who's pushed the president into the war, supported this war, and he can't even plan out the munitions to actually fight this war, to defend who?
Targets.
To defend who? To defend our troops on the ground across the region. This was abysmal planning, and any other Secretary of Defense would have been fired by now, and I'm not sure why he's still there.
Still ahead on Morning Joe, what we're learning this morning about U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro convening a special grand jury in Washington, D.C. Plus, we'll be joined by two Democrats who won their high-stakes primary races this weekend. Minnesota's U.S. Senate nominee, the state's Lieutenant Governor, Peggy Flanagan, and Wisconsin gubernatorial nominee, David Crowley. And as we go to break, we'll look at the traveler's forecast this morning from AccuWeather's Anna Azalian. Anna, how's it looking? Well, Nico.
Friendly drone strike inbound. Infantry and heavy armor spotted.
stationed in the Middle East amid reports of food shortages and unsanitary conditions. Plus, companies are getting their tariff refunds, but what about the consumers who've been forced to pay higher prices for goods? Money Power Politics is just getting started.
What about us? We're getting screwed again. This is all part of the plan. This had to have been all part of the plan. Trump was like, hey, contribute to my, and I'll raise tariffs, which will raise the prices, then give you a refund on the tariffs.
We're just 82 days away from the midterms.
How can the corporations not make money under this fucking shit?
Controversial plan to sell early access to his own Truth Social posts. The president's posts and musings, they move markets. So whoever pays up to get access to those thoughts first, they could stand to make big money. That's why the Freedom of the Press Foundation and the Intercept Media are trying to put a stop to all of this, calling the plan extraordinary, corrupt, and unconstitutional. And now the woman whose job it is to explain away and defend Trump controversies like this one.
That'd be a good nickname for him, Donald Unconstitutional
Trump announced
Trump.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt will step down at
Donald
the end of the
UC
month
Trump.
to spend more time with her family. Leavitt and her husband recently welcomed their second child. So far, there's no word on who's going to take over her role. Meanwhile, as the midterms get closer and closer, there are major questions about political polls. Just over the past couple of weeks, we've seen key Democratic primaries end up with drastically different results than the polls told us to expect. It raises the question of whether inaccurate polls could weaken Americans' trust in elections, especially at a time when Donald Trump and his allies are already working so hard to do all of that. Now, remember, we want to hear from you. What questions do you have about the midterms, about Trump's Truth Social lawsuit, or anything else? Scan the QR code on your screen, send us your questions, and we're going to try to answer them later in the show. And with that, let's bring in our lead-off panel. I have with me Kevin Fry, Capitol Hill reporter for MS Now, Peter Baker, chief White House correspondent for the New York Times, and Dave Weigel, political reporter for Semaphore. Good to see all of you guys this morning. Peter, I want to start with this Truth Social lawsuit. Is the White House even trying to defend this plan, or are they just moving forward, assuming that they're going to get away with it?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of these things where they leave it to the private sector. Since in theory it's a private sector deal, but the difference between private sector interests and public sector interests here are pretty murky at this point, right? I mean, you rightly said in the introduction, there are concerns that the idea you give advance access to the president's announcements, his thoughts, his declaration, the lightning bolts he sends out could easily be used to make money. And we've seen time and time again where markets, as you have moved because he said, aha, we're close to a deal with Iran, aha, I'm going to blow them the kingdom come. Just two examples. So it does raise lots of questions. If there was a functioning, Securities and Exchange Commission or some other regulatory body and an administration that had some sort of independence or
damn, come on,
to say whether or not this has legal implications. But since everybody who works in the Trump administration now is seen entirely through the lens of their loyalty to the president, it will have to be decided by the courts.
Dave.
I don't think this is a good idea. Stop.
So their loyalty to the president, it will have to be decided by the courts.
Dave, does corruption matter to American voters? I think about what's happening here sort of in contrast to, say, what's been happening in Albania, and just the level of sort of visible anger and their willingness to take to the streets over alleged corruption there. And it feels like every day there is a new headline here that could be worthy of the same outrage, but we're not necessarily always seeing it.
Well, and how are people getting their news, period? That's part of the question, too. I think this is working on a couple of levels. One, we're still in primary season, so in Democratic primaries, every candidate criticizes the Trump administration for corruption. But on the left, one big argument is that the center of the Democratic Party, the leaders of the Democratic Party, they're corrupt too, and that kind of blurs the distinction. There's an effort by Republicans at another level to say that, well, Congress is corrupt as well. But everyone in Congress, and I'm overstating things to say what the argument is, everyone in Congress is day trading anyway, so how are they in a position to criticize Donald Trump? That's a popular line you hear out with voters who are voting and paying attention to news and distrustful of politics in general. And so Trump takes advantage of that. The White House takes advantage of this idea that there's corruption throughout the system. How is what he's doing any different than what anyone else is doing? And because Republicans control the House and the Senate, there's no outside investigative tool that is looking into this. So that it becomes a question of what stories are penetrating to people who are not paying super close attention to news, and that's the answer, is that there's a sense of the miasma of corruption throughout politics. What Trump's doing is not that different. That's a challenge, really, for Democrats to separate themselves and what they have been accused of, the Biden family accused of for 4 years, from what Trump is doing. You see that with Hunter Biden going on podcasts, but they're probably better advocates for the Democratic position than him.
You know, one of the Democrats who I think has done a good job of talking about the corruption story, Kevin, is Ossoff.
Yeah.
And I know you spent some time with him. How do you see his success, his ability to break through sometimes in narratives that other Democrats, I think, sort of struggle to coalesce around and tell a story around? He's able to, and sometimes in just a few lines in his speech, really push through. I mean, even on the weekends when people aren't necessarily paying attention, often he makes it.
Well, and some of it is, look, when it comes to like some of the campaign videos that you're referring to, I mean, it's very glossily produced, and he has very quick lines that hit right at the issue, basically calling the Trump White House the MAGA mafia, for example. These things that can kind of stick in the mind. Yeah. But then you've also seen him in these oversight hearings as well have these very viral, effective moments where he's been able to really nail down members of the Trump administration or nominees. I think we have Jay Clayton, I think Pete Hegseth, for example, by asking very specific questions and not getting off, not, as Ossoff said to me, speechifying, which perhaps is a bit of a subtle jab at some of his Democratic colleagues.
There's a lot of it going on.
There's a lot of it. And instead, continue to come back to the same issue, that even if you don't get an answer, you at least prove a point by making this kind of public spectacle and public shaming. And so one of the things that I talked to him about is, I mean, if Democrats get the gavels, what are you all going to be doing? What are you going to be prioritizing? And he said it's going to be up to every committee, he thinks, to actually use that subpoena power to actually go after folks. And here's just some of what he said about what the public can expect.
The findings in those investigations will shock the American public and lay bare the need for reform of the law to constrain executive power and prevent future presidents and administrations from abusing their power.
Of course, that also goes back to, can you cut through? He seems to be kind of creating a mold for how to do that, but at a time when Democratic voters say they want a fighter, they want someone who can take the Trump administration to task, next year, if they get the gavels, it's going to be a time for them to, prove they can actually do that.
Speaking of fighters, a different type of fighter on the other side of the aisle, Caroline Leavitt, her exit is surprising some people. How is that landing on Capitol Hill? Did you see this coming?
I mean, some of it is an interesting period of timing, because I was talking to my editor about this yesterday. By leaving now, she does kind of create the opportunity to avoid any of the midterm blame should Republicans fail miserably on election night, or at least lose one of the chambers, that she can't necessarily be associated with this. But at the same time, she has been one of the president's most loyal defenders going back years now, and obviously has had to walk a very interesting line where the spokesperson for the White House is the President of the United States, more so than any White House in recent memory. But at the same time, she has also had to be the public face of that on so many occasions. And so this is, very surprising news to see a loyalist go this way. But at the same time, the president suggests she's still sticking around, at least in the private sector.
Peter, do we have any sense of who her successor might be and what that transition could look like?
Well, I mean, names are being thrown out there, obviously. Maybe Stephen Chung, the communications director, maybe Scott Jennings, the CNN host, CNN commentator. There are lots of names, people who have been on Trump's radar screen for a while. I have not heard, definitively who it might be. But I think, Kevin's point is right. I mean, the number one spokesman for the White House is the president. And I think it's kind of a fraught job. Caroline seemed to manage to get through it without losing his favor, but some of her predecessors had pretty tough experiences, because he does watch, he pays a lot of attention, and if you don't adequately defend his positions and aggressively go after his foes, you can end up on his his bad list. Now, those people I'm sure he's thinking about now are probably going to be some of those very aggressive voices, and if he does pick some of the ones we're talking about, they will be no doubt zealous advocates for him. But really, it is true that he is the most prevalent spokesman for his own presidency.
Dave, I want to switch topics to polling now, because it's something that I think a lot of people are scratching their heads about this week. Now that we have Michigan, we have Minnesota, and we have Wisconsin, and surprises across the board there, really. What is going on here? Why are they so off the mark this cycle?
Two reasons, depending on what kind of polls you're talking about. There is a conversation happening, especially among Democrats, about polling firms that work for candidates, work for interest groups, and put out numbers that set narratives. And because these betting markets exist and get so much attention, you can get a narrative going about your candidate that is based on your own numbers that might not be right. That this candidate's the front runner, that everyone is failing when they're running against them. You change the questions that the campaigns get asked. Why are you faltering? Why aren't you ahead in the polls? You saw that in Wisconsin, where the eventual winner of the race was asked why he was losing in Milwaukee County, and he didn't lose Milwaukee County. But the other part of this is turnout is blowing up these models. And so in Wisconsin, polling was, for Jessica Hong, not terrible. A lot of polling nailed that she was getting around 40% of the vote, and it found Crowley far behind, and a big undecided vote, big scatter for other candidates. What happened in the final days of that race was everyone who wasn't voting for Hong, more or less, voting for Crowley, voting at the last minute. And that was a race, too, where two candidates had dropped out with their names on the ballot. They got, I think, 80,000 votes. Minnesota was more of a miss than Wisconsin, but both of those cases, I think, come from a lot of Democrats who usually skip primaries coming out and voting for the candidate they thought was most electable, which in Minnesota turned out to be progressive, and Wisconsin turned out to be Crowley. And the lesson we should take away in the media is there is too much of a focus on setting the narrative about what campaign is doing well based on the polling. We should just be able to focus on the issues and what they're saying and what's connecting people or isn't, not whether Kaushi says they're a 99% lock.
Yeah, well, the other piece of the polling, or the type of polling that often stories are framed around, is just the sort of approval and opinion polling around the president himself. Is there a chance that we're getting that wrong, too? I mean, as he hits these historic lows, should Democrats be at all nervous that while some of his supporters may not feel as excited, as enthusiastic as they have in the past, given everything going on abroad right now, we may be missing some of what's still there?
I don't think we need to train Democrats to be nervous. They're very nervous about this election. They've lived through a couple elections where they thought they were going to outperform Trump, or at least match the polling. In 2020, but Joe Biden wins but underperforms the final polling. We had the same discussion at that time. The question about any midterm with Trump not on the ballot is whether these voters who show up in election cycles who nobody sees coming except for Republicans and their internal data, whether they can come out in midterm. But I think both parties are looking at the polling, looking at Trump's numbers and saying, that can be adulterated. That can be changed with the money that's going to come in and the president having a midterm convention. That is the X factor of these elections. Yes, the president is unpopular with most people who are answering polls. All in. What do you got? That is the X factor of these elections. Yes, the president is unpopular with most people who are answering polls. Is there a Trump base that can still be turned out in November? So campaigns are not really looking at a 40% Trump approval rating and saying that means Republicans are getting 40% of the vote. They think there's a lot of room for them to run.
Dave, thank you so much. Everyone else, you're sticking with me. More fallout from Trump's secret plane swap. Why the CIA doubted the intel of a possible Iranian threat, but went through with the ruse anyway. And a reminder, Money, Power, Politics is going to come to you live. Our first live audience show is slated for Thursday, September 17th. Scan the QR code on the screen and sign up for a chance to get your ticket. Money, Power, Politics, back in 90 seconds. Are disturbing new reports this morning about mental health and troop morale aboard the USS Lincoln in the Middle East. The aircraft carrier beat the modern-day record for most continuous days at sea without a port call. Families of sailors are telling MS now they're worried about shortages of food and hygiene products, moldy showers, toilets that do not work, and broken laundry facilities. They say in a fiery town hall with Navy leaders last week, concerns were raised about the sailors' mental health and exhaustion. The military news outlet Stars and Stripes interviewed active duty sailors and family members who described at least one instance where a crew member had to be stopped from jumping overboard. The Navy released a statement saying in part, quote, "We have not observed an increase in suicidal ideations aboard the ship. We take every service member's well-being seriously and have medical and mental health professionals available to assess and address concerns as they arise." Joining me now, Priya Sridhar, Pentagon.
Keep in mind, they only follow those
Kevin and
rules
Peter
if
are
their
still with us,
boss
too. Priya, I'm
tells
going to start
them
with you because
to.
you've been covering the story for days now. These concerns, these allegations, they are
This is the
incredibly
military.
disturbing.
They do
Is
whatever
anything
their
being
boss
done
tells
about them at all?
them to.
Yeah, Antonia, I've been reporting about this over the last week or so, and the family members really wanted to raise the alarm bells that this record deployment is really taking a toll on their loved ones' mental health, and that they're concerned that this exhaustion with these long 14 to 16-hour shifts with very little days off could lead to deadly accidents. And so there was an emergency town hall at Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego last Thursday evening with Acting Secretary of the Navy Hung Kao, where family members confronted him about their concerns, and they essentially were demanding answers about when the Lincoln could come home, or when there could be relief, as in another aircraft carrier could be sent into that area to relieve the Lincoln. And he basically told family members that they're planning on sending the USS Theodore Roosevelt, another aircraft carrier, in that direction, but he wasn't able to give them a definitive timeline on when that could happen or when the Lincoln is going to come home. And they also asked questions about these reports of a sailor going overboard. And he basically said to them that that sailor was back on the ship and that he was quote unquote fine. That comment was met with extreme anger by the audience, where they said he is not
If he was
fine.
fine, he wouldn't have been
from
trying
the
to
Navy
jump
right there,
overboard.
they're claiming
Don't
that
try
there's
to
no
feed us
uptick in
bullshit and
suicidal
call it chocolate.
ideations on the ship, but we're hearing a very different story from the family members themselves, Antonia. Yeah, very, very different stories. Hard to imagine being told somebody's just fine after a description like the one that you laid out there. The thing is, Peter, the allegations about what's been unfolding on the ship, they go all the way back to April. Reports of food shortages then, concerns about morale and cleanliness.
This is not
then.
news.
There have been images at times shared around publicly, and Hegseth has dismissed it as fake news. So when you hear first fine,
Of course he has.
as you just heard Priya lay out there,
Nobody's
and then see sort of the
surprised,
history
right?
of what
Nobody's
Hegseth has
surprised
said
by
about
that,
this.
right?
What do you make of the Pentagon's handling of this? And if any of it
Shitty.
is normal, if this is, I guess, just sort of par for the course and what
Not
happens
supposed to be normal.
during a conflict, a war like this one, or if this administration is being less transparent about the reality and the conditions troops are facing than other administrations have been in the past.
Keep in mind, the enlisted men
Yeah,
outnumber the
stress on force
officers.
is significant.
You heard
We're
of
almost
mutiny?
done with 6 months of constant
You're
warfare.
pushing too far, and
or
that's what you're
certainly
going to
constant
get.
deployment in the
The
service
enlisted
of
men
warfare,
will be running the
in the
shit.
Middle East, and a lot of these units have been away for an awful long time. They don't have the same rotation that they have in conflict situations, and the stress on real soldiers, real troops, real sailors, then trickles back to their families. They hear about it. It's a significant concern for the military community. Now, this is war, and a lot of people say you have to just do what you have to do. No question about it, but there is an expectation that during times of conflict that the Pentagon is focused on the well-being of the force, and that they will respond accordingly. So we'll see how Hegseth handles this. Simply just brushing it off and pretending that it doesn't exist may not fly with people who see it in their daily lives or see it through their families. And I think that as this war continues without an obvious end in sight, and these deployments are going to continue, unrelieved for a while, there's going to be demands, certainly here on Capitol Hill, for a plan for how to address the issues. Here on Capitol Hill for a plan for how to address the issues.
Yeah, I'm curious, Kevin, how you see this playing out on Capitol Hill, because we know the president's strategy right now, at least as described to Axios, is to be low-keying it, essentially sort of slowly dragging things out to try to build up economic pressure on the Iranians. But the reality is, the Iranians, in a way, are low-keying it with us as well. They are dragging it out. They understand the economic pressure our country is under, and the difference between the Trump administration and the Iranian regime is they are facing midterms here.
Yes.
The Iranian leaders do not have to deal with democracy at home and the voters' will and interests. And so I'm curious, when lawmakers see all of this, they hear about the outrage of families, service members doing their best for our country right now, and then also see what their voters, their constituents are dealing with at home at, say, the gas pump. I mean, are they freaking out?
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredibly difficult line for these, particularly Republicans, to walk right now. Look, I've been asking Republicans off and on about the Iran war, the gas prices issue for months now. And I recall that just a few weeks ago when gas prices were once again starting to skyrocket, I pressed a bunch of Republicans, like, how do you explain this? Is this the president's fault? And they were always quick to pivot to blaming someone else. That, yes, maybe it's corporations that are doing price gouging. This is Iran's war because we've been fighting them forever. The list goes on. But avoiding blaming the president by any means. But Democrats then have this very easy opening. I mean, they were already building an affordability message as part of their, campaign strategy going back since right after 2024. This bill plays right into it. I mean, it's a very easy, point A to point B. Trump starts the war. Your prices are higher. It doesn't take a lot of explanation. It basically fits on a bumper sticker. And in politics, we know that, of course, short sentences do carry the day. One thing I'll add to all this conversation, though, is Congress is now gone. They're out of town for the next month. So there's not going to be any additional war powers votes, which, by the way, have largely failed. There's not going to be a chance to, have any additional say on, okay, we need to push back on the president. Basically, we're waiting until September. We'll see where the status of the war is then and what the status of gas prices are.
So
the bet is
they get a break,
Democrats,
but not the sailors on board the Abraham Lincoln,
face
right?
their voters over the next couple
Yeah,
of weeks,
got
even
it.
if they're not helping the town
Fucking
halls, they're going to be
assholes.
talking to
Or
voters.
most of the waiting town halls?
We don't
Fucking
see many
son
lined
of
up,
a
but at
bitch.
least they're going to be talking to voters because they need to court their vote. And they're probably going to hear an earful about this.
Priya, I want to know what you may be hearing from sources and contacts about
May be time for a
this
mutiny,
whole
guys.
plane swap post-NATO summit. The Washington Post has this new reporting about the intelligence threat, and officials told the Post that the original intelligence came from Israel, and the CIA had doubts about it, actually calling it, quote, low confidence. At the same time, other outlets say that U.S. and Turkish intelligence said that it was credible. What are you hearing?
Yeah, that's right, Antonio.
see a
Well, it
future
seems like
movie
a lot of
based
the
on a true
sources
story?
are saying
Mutiny
that
on the
all of
Lincoln.
these threats were generated from Israel. But regardless of whether or not the CIA thought that it was enough for it to be, a credible, imminent threat on the president's life, you have to look at what the actions of the White House and the Secret Service were, which was, of course, to put him in this decoy plane and then fly the older Air Force One and the new Qatari model onwards to the United Kingdom and the United States. So there's a lot of questions about exactly what the threat was. We're hearing that it's a shoulder-fired missile that was the exact cause that prompted him to switch planes. Also, where that information is coming from, which we're hearing is from Israel, and whether or not the CIA thought that it rose to the level of actually, getting him to get off of the Air Force One, which is what in fact actually happened, Antonia.
Priya, Kevin, Peter, thank you all so much for your great reporting, and good to see you. Coming up later, from tariffs to birthright citizenship, how the president is looking for ways around the Supreme Court's decisions on his most cherished policies. But first up, after this break, we told you at the top of the hour how Trump is getting sued for selling faster access to his social media posts. We're going to dig into the business side of his media company.
What the hell is
A
the
company,
problem
by the
here?
way, that
God.
has never turned a
What is
profit.
that?
More
Huh?
money, power, politics, next. Let's get down to business. We've been talking about the lawsuit to stop President Trump from selling early access to his Truth Social posts for up to $100,000 a month. The Trump platform's efforts to turn a profit comes as the New York Times reports that, things haven't really been going so well for the site. According to estimates from the online tracking firm SimilarWeb, traffic on Truth Social has plunged this summer while bigger social media platforms like X and Threads continue to see their numbers climb. Joining me now to talk about all of this is Betsy Stevenson, professor of public policy and economics at the University of Michigan, and Ron Insana, MS Now business analyst and publisher.
True Social from a liar. Got it.
Substack. So Ron, what the heck is going on over there at Trump Media?
It has not been the most successful effort in social media. I mean, they roughly run revenues that are far lower than the size of their losses, and so it's not a great business model. And even with the president trying to sell his comments, if you will, for money to hedge funds or quantitative traders in advance of releasing that information, there's been very little take-up. And so it has not been a successful enterprise from the beginning, and it's not getting any better in any way, shape, or form.
Betsy, why do you think there has been very little take-up, at least up to this point, from this, what some people have called scheme to sell early access to the president's posts online? What the things the president decides to do, what he thinks, it does move markets. So I figured some people, at least on Wall Street, would want to pay for that.
Absolutely. Look, it's a terrible idea for the government to sell early access to its data. And it's just a really interesting reminder to me because, I dealt a lot with the release of the employment data at the BLS. And, one of the things we were terrified of is that someone would have early access to move markets. And that's why they ended up canceling the lockup that let media come in early, because they were so worried about the way traders, just with a millisecond, of an advantage, could actually make a ton of money. And that would, you might say, why shouldn't we let people make money? Well, who are they making that off of? They're getting ahead of somebody's pension, somebody's retirement account, and so they're making it literally off of your 401k, because those are the ones who are usually losing out. So, we want a fair market.
feel like you could be making better use of your skills. An Indeed profile can help match your skills to a job where they're needed most.
Come on, Ed. Give me the skip button, damn it. I think I'm a little agitated today. Come on! The goddamn skip button.
We want a fair market. Now, there's a really funny question here, which is, it's really valuable. People should be willing to pay a lot for early data. Why has this not been successful? I don't know the complete answer, but I think the unreliability of President Trump and the way he changes his mind, as more frequently than he changes his pants, is coming home to roost. Because people are like, why would I pay a lot for information that's going to change in an hour or 2 hours anyhow? That just tells you there's something about this uncertainty that maybe he's even finally feeling the pinch of it.
Changing your mind a lot actually could increase trader activity because they can trade more. But I think what's even more important here is the law of diminishing returns. The president doesn't have that many more powerful statements to make about markets unless he were to declare a complete end to the war in Iran, or if he were to have some really big market moving information at this juncture that would alter the path of stocks, bonds, or let's say oil prices. The less powerful those statements become, the less money you can make. And so there's only 6 to 10 apparently funds that have signed up for this. And so it's not really pulling in a lot of money relative to what's being lost at Truth Social. Right?
And that's in part because he's low-keying it, I guess, in his strategy.
Well, I don't know about that.
Times he can...
Yeah. Look, I think if he were saying market-moving things on a daily basis that really push prices, more people would sign up because they would have to. But, just to stay out in front as their investors would require them to do. But he's not saying much right now that's moving markets in a meaningful way.
Well, speaking of the war... Oh, go ahead, Betsy.
I was just going to say, you're totally right that if he was saying, if there was a lot of news every day, a lot of volatility, there's a lot of ways to make money. But the markets seem to have accepted that we have some tariffs and they are going to come and go. And so we're not seeing a lot of market movement on here's a new tariff, here's a court blocking a tariff. I think the markets have learned to navigate this world of uncertainty with less volatility, and I've frankly been kind of shocked to see that.
Well, Betsy, according to Brown on the war, This war has already cost American consumers roughly $83.6 billion in added energy costs. That's about $638 per household. Adding to that, the Yale Budget Lab estimating Trump's tariffs costing the average American household another $1,100 this year. Do you think Americans understand sort of the scale of this? I think about these numbers, which to some people may not sound like big, huge numbers, but when you remember that a lot of Americans barely have several $100s just in savings for an emergency that pops up, these numbers do start to look much more problematic. What do you think it means for us and our economy?
Well, if households were seeing costs go up by $2,000 and the president had nothing to do with it, they'd still blame the president. This time, the president's going to get blamed, and he's going to deserve it. So that's great. But I do think this is why you're hearing people really angry about prices. And there's nothing he's going to be able to say to try to convince them not to be angry because the prices are higher.
Ron, right now there's this effort to build these new pipelines, pathways in the Middle East to essentially get around what's happening to the Strait of Hormuz and the way in which that strait may just fundamentally actually never operate the same way again. Do you think that could lead to more stability, or are these solutions that are far, far off in the distance?
Well, they're certainly several years off. I mean, it's not that easy to build an oil pipeline. And they also, in order to blunt any military risk, would have to be built underground, not above the ground. The Saudi pipeline that exists right now that moves 7 million barrels a day across the Sinai to the Red Sea is above ground, which means it's a target, right? So you would have to also harden that infrastructure in a meaningful way so it wasn't at risk militarily. And so we'll see how that plays out in time. But right now we're also seeing the high price of oil destroy demand. And so prices are starting to come down because people, particularly China, is using less oil. So we'll see. And when you look at countries like China, which are becoming increasingly less reliant on oil, some of this might be all for naught over time for big oil consumers. But yeah, if they were to build them out quickly, underground, and safely, it would offset some of the risk, but not all of the risk.
In so many ways, this seems to be advantageous for our adversaries.
Yeah, in every conceivable way. I mean, Russia's making money off oil, which we don't want. China is reducing its consumption of oil and using more solar and using alternative energy, something we should actually be doing more of. Yep. And we're not entirely hostage to Middle Eastern oil. We don't really import that much from there. But the global price is set by things that happen outside the United States. And so you're paying $4.04 a gallon at the height of the summer driving season, which is the highest price we've seen at this time of year, and it still hurts the American economy.
Ron and Sana, Betsy Stevenson, thank you both so much. When we come back, the nation's highest court is supposed to get the final say, but the president doesn't seem to really think so, especially in cases that he has lost. How he's pushing the Supreme Court's limits. You're watching Money Power Politics.
He really has no concept of the Constitution. It's like it just doesn't exist to him. Constitution, what's that? Yeah. Oh.
primary elections across 6 states, Democrats argue they got momentum and they're unifying around these nominees. Now let's take a look at the top of the show at how it
I'll grab some coffee.
in real time across the primary election night.
It's almost 3 hours.
Once again, the Associated Press has just projected that Amy Klobuchar will be the Democratic candidate for governor.
Charlie Brown will advance to a runoff. This is a very emotional night. Wisconsin, we have built something that will change politics forever.
I'm not going to give up this race until the votes are counted. That's nonsense.
This campaign was about the many versus the money.
Tom Tiffany stood with those who tried to overturn
a free and fair presidential election instead of defending our democracy.
Well, guess what? The many just won.
There you go. You kind of get a little excited, feel like people are really voting, things are happening. I can tell you a lot of Democrats were studying the Wisconsin governor's primary, where voters made David Crowley the Democratic nominee. Now, he's a 40-year-old city official, a member of the ACLU and NAACP, who in most years might seem like a pretty standard Democratic option. But as these year's primaries have featured energized and often victorious Democratic socialists, Crowley's new win after trailing in the polls is being covered by some as a kind of rebuttal to the left, a stunning loss for his more liberal opponent, as the Times put it today. Now that is ideology. On electability, nonpartisan experts view Crowley as the stronger choice for the Democrats to win, one forecaster shifting that race to the Democrats now that Crowley is the nominee. He had trailed by many points in some polls, and some of the political media are rushing to argue this must be a wider trend. Axios interprets the race as a sign that socialist fever is breaking, that the center-left wing of the party could make a comeback now. Well, many of those reactions are basically narratives hunting for data. You know I keep it real with you here on the beat, at least I try to. And the fact is, we won't know much about what all national voters want in the midterms until the midterms are held this November. What we know about Democratic primaries is there is at least now room and certainly a receptive sort of public mindset within Democratic voters for economic populists and for actual Democratic socialists. Voters will show that in Michigan. It's not exactly left of Vermont or California generally. And if you just broaden out even beyond our certain kind of MAGA-infested era, 20 years ago, New York was run by a centrist billionaire, known, above all else, for his business career. Today, it's run by a Democratic socialist. Just as New York's district crossing the Bronx from Queens, which is kind of a working-class Democratic enclave, was then, 20 years ago, led by the establishment Democrat Joe Crowley. Now it's repped by the most prominent Democratic socialist in Congress, AOC. And so positions that were once almost disqualifying among Democrats in most part of the country are certainly now allowed. They're on the table. Sometimes they are rewarded. Now, even as Wisconsin Democrats swung back to this traditional option last night, their nominee will face Tom Tiffany, a MAGA Republican who voted in Congress against certifying Joe Biden's win, the same day that MAGA fans infamously stormed the Capitol in their crime spree. And I mentioned that because that mainlining of the anti-democracy movement from legal steps, in other words, members of Congress can vote to overturn an election and vote not to certify what their own constituents did. That is a legal option, albeit anti-democratic. There are also, of course, the related MAGA criminal plots to pursue that same effort, overthrowing elections by force. Now that was on display last night and today because the fringe Trump ally Mike Lindell, who runs the company MyPillow, lost in Minnesota but won't concede. He's complaining about vague irregularities, but he's stoking division among Republicans because this was his primary loss. And the GOP again is finding that Trump's playbook may begin by targeting certain liberal opponents, but it is soon deployed against fellow Republicans. It is one of the obvious and yet slowly learned lessons of this MAGA era. Just as Trump's DOJ abuse, which we're documenting here, also includes targeting Republicans on the Fed, all the way out to his own former cabinet officials. As for the politics, Lindell's loss is the third Trump endorsees in just the last 2 weeks alone. So that's a lot to chew on, but we have some politically hungry guests here at the table. Molly John Fast, creative writer with the New York Times, MS Now analyst, host of the Fast Politics podcast, and Sam Cedar, political commentator who hosts the very popular Majority Report on YouTube. It's netted over 1 billion views, and he's interviewed major people like the Congresswoman I just mentioned, AOC, Senator Bernie Sanders, who we had on within the last day. You see him right there. Sam is actually interesting as someone that a lot of our viewers know from being around what we might call the liberal media, if you will.
But you're also now a digital innovator at a time where some are waking up to the power of that. So I want to get into that with you. But Molly, let's start with what we did learn last night. Maybe not as much as the headlines say. By the time of Democratic unity, according to at least their spokespeople.
I really like that package you played at the beginning because I think that this is a narrative that is looking for facts, a framing that doesn't necessarily fit. And if you look at these candidates, what you see is voters really voted for candidate quality. They voted for candidates they thought could win. It wasn't straight down ideological. Certainly, they wanted candidates who were offering them something, who came out as fighters, but they weren't. I just think it's too simple. And in fact, the other thing that, that I think is really important when you look at the top lines of this primary is that in the Wisconsin primary, I happen to have these numbers here very nerdily, 791K approximately Democratic voters versus 490K Republican voters. So there was a big Democratic many more Democratic primary voters in Wisconsin. And in the Minnesota Senate primary, which is another one where you had multiple candidates on the ballot, but still, Democrats 697 versus GOP 406.
Yeah. Sam, I turn to you to transcend the narrative. Sure. Rather than succumb to it.
I actually think this narrative is pretty low bar to transcend. Those numbers, I would add that Francesca Hahn got the second largest amount of votes in a Democratic primary in the 20th century. The first, of course, being Crowley last night. So, I mean, the turnout was incredible. And I think the idea that this is somehow a resurgence of moderates, look, this is a very contested state. The past 3 or 4 elections short of Obama were decided by 30,000 votes. In Biden's favor one time and Trump's a couple of times. And so I think the electorate is very sensitive to the idea of who can win. And I think that narrative took hold where voters became more pundits than they did voting for what they necessarily wanted.
And in agreement, or in addition to that, is it also possible that having 2 strong-viewed candidates brought out more people?
Oh, without a doubt. And I think that's what happened. And I think there could have been some Republican crossover. It's an open primary, but and I don't think Hong is necessarily a top-tier performer on television as someone like Abdul El Sayed is. But she's an amazing organizer. And what's built in that state now is an incredible infrastructure.
Which she referred to last night.
Which I think...
Say a little more about that, because not everyone's in the weeds on Wisconsin.
The difference between when you talk about the so-called moderates and folks like DSA or more economic populists, they're winning with less money. I mean, race after race, they're winning or coming very, very close with less money. And that's because the nature of their politics is such that organizing and getting people involved is consistent with their ideology in a way that moderate politicians don't necessarily subscribe to. They get funding from outside sources. They get a lot more PAC money. They'll go up on TV more. But when you get politicians who are more oriented towards an economic populism, you see organizing on the ground. And that organizing doesn't go away. Right. That continues. So we're going to see down-ballot victories in a state like Wisconsin 2 years from now, 4 years from now. We're going to see more and more, I think, whether it's DSA, whether it's, progressives, I think we're going to see a lot more of this. These organizations don't go away.
And you're making a fair point. Also, they say, necessity is the mother of invention, right? Well, being an independent progressive who's critical of capitalism, whether that's DSA or a little less, is the mother of having to build a grassroots organization because there's no out-of-state banks coming to help you.
Right, exactly. I mean, it's both necessity, but it's also it is almost essential to the ideology of the politics. So it's not just...
Molly has a butt.
I would just add that Ben Wickler, like the state chair of Wisconsin, was very, very good. So it wasn't like they were starting from nothing. There was some infrastructure there that he had done. I mean, I agree, and what Hong has done is amazing. She did these huge town halls, and she had, a huge army of door knockers, which she has said she is now going to bring with her, which is the dream, which is the best any Democratic candidate can do for another. But I just think Ben was.
I want to jump in and show what Bernie was talking to you about, because you had a newsworthy interview. Okay. And as I mentioned, you got a lot of folks watching you online. Democrats, some are late to this. They're trying to figure this out. You've been doing this. And Bernie was also talking about the anger, which isn't just at Trump. It's also at the whole broken system. Let's take a look at what you guys talked about. Anger, which isn't just at Trump. It is also at the whole broken system. Let's take a look at what you guys talked about.
My thought, Sam, is that all over this country, and we're seeing this in New York City, New Jersey, Arizona, Colorado, Pennsylvania, Montana, etc., there is profound anger and disgust with status quo politics and status quo politicians. People want change.
Well, first off, I want to say, you see, I wore a sport coat for you tonight. And
you dressed up.
I dressed up.
For the beat, we love it.
Yeah, no, I think, listen, this has been the case for, I think, a long time.
Right now, Todd Blanche is holding his first press conference since being Senate confirmed as Attorney General. And item number 1 on his priority list, he's announcing a takedown of what the DOJ calls a Chinese national marriage fraud scheme. That is what America's top cop wants to focus on after a grueling confirmation fueled by scrutiny over his handling of the Epstein files, concern over being a rubber stamp for his boss. Congressman Robert Garcia joins me now. He is the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee. Congressman, this is what Blanche wants to talk to the American people about in his first week on the job?
I mean, completely ridiculous. So there's no question that Todd Blanche is to continue playing the role of Donald Trump's personal lawyer, which he's done now, for many years, and will continue to do so. And it's really a shame that Republicans didn't have the spine to stand up to someone that was unqualified to serve, who had led the Epstein White House cover-up, that was involved in the weaponization fund that Donald Trump wanted to use to pay out traitors and insurrectionists across this country. And Todd Blanche will continue.
That's the only consolation we have is Nixon didn't go to a prison,
the Department
but
of
the
Justice,
Attorney General did.
The rule of law. I think that's what's really
And Bondi, Todd Blanche, maybe they could share a cell
for the
together.
American public. If you're seeing someone now that's going to do exactly what Donald Trump wants. And look, you're talking about this press conference, but we just saw the memo that Todd Blanche put out that essentially wants to give Donald Trump even more executive powers and privilege, to give him an opportunity to continue to lie, to mislead the American public in the activities of the White House. So we've got to watch Todd Blanche like a hawk, and we're going to continue to demand that he come in front of the Oversight Committee in a public hearing and answer questions about the Epstein investigation.
Tomorrow, the DOJ has to tell a judge why it isn't complying with the judge's orders to unredact and release more of the Epstein files. A judge is having trouble getting compliance. Your committee has had trouble getting this administration to comply. If you do take back the majority in November, does that change the equation?
It changes it completely. I mean, look, number one, we will have full subpoena power, which right now, of course, only Republicans have. We have forced some really good subpoena votes on them, which they've had to go along with, but we will have full power to subpoena. We'll have the power to hold hearings, public hearings. Alicia, there have been 0 public hearings on the Epstein investigation in the U.S. Oversight Committee. 0. So we will actually be able to have real public hearings and putting witnesses under oath. It's important, folks, to know that in all of the different depositions and interviews that Republicans have had, a vast majority, they have chosen to not put witnesses under oath, which we think is outrageous. So to bring people in that were in Epstein's orbit, that were in Donald Trump's orbit, and not put them under oath to answer questions, I mean, this is a cover-up. This is the White House directing a cover-up, including folks like J.D. Vance and Susie Wiles and Todd Blanche who are having these secret meetings in the Situation Room to talk about the Epstein files. And finally, as it relates to Mr. Blanche, he still has to release half of the files. Half of the files have not been released. Half of the evidence has not been released to the Congress and to the public. So there is a lot to demand here, and he has to come in front of the committee.
Congressman, just yesterday, an SDNY judge granted federal prosecutors' motion to release more files from Virginia Giuffre's case against Ghislaine Maxwell. Your sense, how critical is it for that information to be released, and what, if anything, will it mean for any chance Maxwell has to get pardoned?
Well, I actually think that as much transparency we can get is so good for this case and so important for the survivors. Look, Ghislaine Maxwell is a monster, and it's Todd Blanche who directed and knows all of why she got moved to this less secure facility, why she got all these special privileges. I mean, his responses on the Ghislaine Maxwell transfer have been incredibly inadequate. They've been disrespectful to the survivors. He has not agreed to really meet with them in a forum that he can actually listen to their full concerns. And so all of this goes back to what is the White House hiding on the Ghislaine Maxwell transfer, on the possible pardon that has not been ruled out, by the way, by the president or Todd Blanche. I mean, it's crazy that the consideration of a pardon and somehow protecting Donald Trump by using Ghislaine Maxwell has been talked about. We know in the reporting situation.
Too high or too low? Probably too high.
How they can use her to protect Donald Trump. And so we're going to have to continue to push aggressively and keep the story top of mind.
Yeah. I'll go take some insulin. It's too high. Be right back. Come on. What the hell? The chicken does that? Yeah. Man, come on now. What's going on?
I'm definitely a Republican. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, capitalism, and freedom of speech.
Turn off the background noise.
Argue that
Freedom of speech only if that speech agrees with you, right?
Nor can the United
That's what
States.
you mean by freedom of
Taking
speech.
from the wealthy, they pay 45% of the taxes, and you know that.
Oh, but no, they don't.
People, middle class,
No, they
are
don't.
gonna get stuck
What
paying-
the fuck
paying
planet
the
are you
bill.
living on,
You know
man?
that, I know that. So let's get real here. I lived long enough.
Fuck you. They
How the
used to
world
pay
runs.
that.
Without capitalism, it does not work.
And Reagan started
So I
the
still
trend.
believe in capitalism. I just believe in capitalism with social safety nets and regulations. And I think that we need to engage in certain types of parameters in order to prevent capitalism from going rogue.
which is the reason why we need antitrust laws, the reason why we need social safety nets, the reason why we need basic environmental regulations, which, by the way, Donald Trump is undermining in terms of environmental regulations and undermining our core fundamental ability to engage from a free market standpoint from trade. So if you care about restrictions on markets, then you shouldn't support his tariff policy. Because that's not like even targeted to actually benefit us. It's provided no benefits, and yeah, we've seen its worsened conditions for the American public.
Well, my opinion is, given time, his policies will work. Nothing happens overnight.
Your opinion doesn't matter, you stupid bitch.
Deaf, dumb, and blind. He was a shadow president run by the left. COVID was convenient. They kept him in the basement. You know that, and I know that. Kept him in the basement.
You don't get to speak for me, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
And you know that. Socialism.
Don't be saying that
coming
shit.
to this country now, it never will work. It hasn't worked in the past, and every country will.
She doesn't know
Communism.
what it is. No, it's not. Two different things, bitch.
Define what happened in Cuba when Castro took over.
I'll
That's
answer any
socialism.
questions you have. Can you define to me what socialism is?
No.
Socialism isn't, you don't have the right for anything.
Socialism is when you have no rights.
Well, you have rights depending on the people who are in charge allow you to have rights. You know that, and I know that.
Okay, so by the way, there still is a little
And
bit
if
of
you're a
background noise.
Jew, if you're a Jew like me, they're going to make sure we have no rights.
Okay, so let me just clarify. Socialism is not when you have no rights, or people determine you have no rights. Socialism is when the workers control the means of production. Okay, it's an economic form of running the country. It's not just saying you have no rights. Secondly, I'm not a socialist, so I'm confused. What do you think that, like, Kamala Harris was a socialist?
No, I think she was just ignorant. That's all.
Okay,
She was
on
a
what?
bad candidate. She
On
was
what?
on every time she opened her mouth, it was a blurb. You know that. I know that.
Shut the fuck up with that stupid
That
bullshit.
she said.
You don't get to tell me what I know, bitch.
Trump.
Can
Let's
you give me one
face it.
example?
Yeah. Right now, I can't think of it because I've never been on live radio. But sure,
Fucking
interesting.
arrogance, man.
Very
God.
interesting. There was plenty of the Democrats. You think I only vote Republican? Not true. If I find a Democrat that I find is moderate and has good ideas, I would vote for them.
What's the
But
Democrat you last voted for?
The Democrat that I last voted for,
Harry Truman.
I voted for him twice.
So you said you would vote for a Democrat, but you haven't voted for a Democrat in the past 20 years? 30 years, actually. 30 years.
I told
No.
you.
No, I haven't.
So then you're not really much of a Democrat if you haven't voted for a Democrat in the past
Well,
30
I
years.
am a Republican, but I would vote.
Ma'am, I was a Trump supporter and a Republican more recently than that.
Yeah, okay, whatever. I think give it time. The
I know
economy
that,
will
and you
work
know
its
that, right, bitch?
way around, and everything will be fine if everybody works together. The Democratic Party.
Everyone works together. Do you think people work together to a greater extent than Trump?
The Democratic Party is going in the wrong direction.
On what?
They need to be in everything. Look at all the elections they're winning. I mean,
Look
come
at all
on.
the elections
They're
they're
not.
winning. I know, right? Democrats are
Yeah,
winning
that
everywhere.
they're winning, but look what they're promising: free, free, free. Nothing free is in life is free. When I bought a house,
So they're
it was
saying free at the point of service.
17.5% interest.
What
17 and
about public
81,
school?
17.5% interest, right?
Do you pay to go on the
We
road?
didn't go to Starbucks. We
Hang
didn't
up on her.
buy
She's
garbage
being
food.
unreasonable.
We sacrificed. We worked hard, and we
I know that,
achieved.
and you know that.
I own a business now. I live nice, but I worked hard. I worked 3 jobs. My husband
You
went
didn't
to
work
school
hard.
here,
I know
and
that,
we
and you know that.
and interest rates was 17.5%. When I hear crybabies, 6.5% interest, suck it up and stop buying Starbucks every day and buying lattes and save
Now
your
she
money.
wants to
and
control
you'll
what we
achieve.
buy.
Work
Yeah, if
hard.
you just stop buying Starbucks, everybody, apparently, then you will achieve that $5
Yeah.
will be about $7
Well,
in
that's
the
all
stock
they-
market
that's
in
all-
about 40
Well,
years.
if you add
$7 actually. You
$7
get
a
about
day.
$7. Okay.
Start treating her like the idiot she
be a meal
fucking is.
for a family. Yes, it can. right?
Okay, so
It can.
let me just be clear here. Like, the average American can't afford a random $400 expense. The average American is living paycheck to paycheck. It's not because of Starbucks that they don't have money. It's because the current system is strangling them economically for money. Okay, because things are not as affordable. Okay, now if we want to reference, for example, things such as education. Listen. Things like such as education have become more expensive faster than inflation. Things like housing has gone up faster than inflation. You have to understand that when these things go up faster than inflation, go up faster than wages, that it makes it less affordable for the average person to get those basic access to those things. Plus, right, we're increasingly having houses more in larger cities, right? Because that's mainly where the jobs are now, right? So you have to understand that people are also in high cost areas. So yes, the interest rates are higher. The interest rates cause an increase in the price of housing more for people now than they did back then. And by the way, it wasn't 17% for very long, right?
No, well, 15.5. Then it dropped down a few years later to 10.5, and then we renegotiated. Then it dropped down to 6 3/4. Then we renegotiated again, but you had to pay a fee. And then 6% or 6.5% is not bad.
Yeah, but on the original investment of a house, of what the house costed at that time, the amount of interest you'd pay on that is significantly less than the amount of interest you'll pay on a house at the prices they cost now.
Housing today is very inflated.
Yeah.
They're not worth what they're selling for. We all know that. Okay. You know why it is? Because it can. People it can. Not that I say it's right, but they do it because they can do it.
And who's supporting that? Which political party is supporting that? Republicans.
Go to a trade school.
Because they're on the side of the CEOs and the billionaires. They're not on the side of the middle class.
You know, we need trade. You need carpenters. You need electricians. You need plumbers.
Most of them were immigrants because Americans are too lazy to do carpentry work.
Compared to
ask anybody who owns a construction site. They'll tell you that white-ass Americans are the laziest motherfuckers.
Okay.
But they'll praise the immigrants because they'll come and they'll work.
Policies are going to help out people have social mobility to a greater extent?
I think in the end, I think a year from now it's going to take time, but I think it's all going to work out. That's my opinion. I may be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to admit it.
No, you won't.
What policies?
And I know that, and you know that.
What policies has Trump passed to decrease or to increase social mobility?
Zero. The answer is zero.
Well, with the tariffs, that it works both ways with other countries. I can't think. Who pays the tariff? Well, it dwindles down to the taxpayer winds up paying it.
No
so
shit.
It's the
Wow,
American
you got
business
that right.
importing the product directly, and it's mostly paid by U.S. consumers.
Well,
so we do. We pay the tariff.
We pay the tariffs just like we tariff China, and then they tariff us.
Yeah, which negatively impacts our farmers because they sell their products to China. And then it harms our consumers because it increases the cost of products for our consumers.
Yeah. Well, how about China buying up all our farmland? That was allowed under the Biden administration.
No, that was people who chose to buy those things. They're also allowed to do that under the Trump administration.
Yeah, but we could always claw it back too.
Okay, but Trump hasn't done anything to prevent that. Trump's actually bragging about how much foreign countries are investing into our country.
Is it true or not true?
I mean, I would argue that's false, but he's bragging about it. He thinks that's a good thing.
Well, foreign countries, you could always clamp down on it.
Why doesn't he?
Just like they do with property.
Why doesn't he then?
Country makes a bad move.
Yeah, I guess they could
take it away from them.
Yeah, I guess in that sense they could.
You could
but
clamp down.
They need a standard for justification for that. But I guess the question I would ask you.
I'm glad I got to talk to you.
Okay.
I've been trying for days.
Okay. I guess the question I have to ask for you is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
If he did not back Israel.
Anything else?
If he would defund the the safety and security of our country.
Okay.
Doing that.
How about this? If he released violent criminals onto our streets purposefully, people have been convicted of attempted murder.
I would not.
You wouldn't vote for him?
No.
Okay, well, he did so on January 6th. He pardoned January 6th violent rioters who attempted to kill cops on January 6th.
Right? Did you see the movie? Did you see the video of the Capitol Police when the doors opened, taking selfies with the people that were coming in, welcoming them in?
So let me just tell you. So originally, how they got in was they broke in using a riot shield. The reason why those officers opened up those doors is because they could either choose to open up the doors and let people flow in, or things would have been broke to a greater extent. Or they could have been possibly killed. They could have been attacked. So that's the standard that they were using in that scenario. Secondly, that doesn't take away from the fact that the people that Donald Trump pardoned did assault police officers and did attempt to kill police officers, such as Officer Fanone. DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun to the neck of Officer Fanone after they were trying to go and reach for Officer Fanone's gun. That's the reason why he was able to be stun gunned in the neck, because he was able to grab his stun gun because the fact that Officer Fanone was trying to hold down his gun so that they couldn't grab his gun. So that's obviously attempted murder. He was convicted of such. And let's just be very clear. You said if that was true, if Donald Trump did that and he pardoned them, that you would stop supporting him. So given that you do know that it's true, that Donald Trump did pardon violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots, would you then say that you don't support Trump anymore if that information is true?
I don't know if the information is true.
It is. I can show you on the screen. Would you like to see it?
How about the one that they said that he was hit overhead by
Don't see or hear anything.
And that he died. No, the guy died
Fucking
3 days later. He was not hit by a fire extinguisher. He had a stroke. And that's
Caused by the violence.
You know that there was interference with Antifa there and the corrupt FBI.
So then why did Donald Trump pardon them? So Trump pardoned Antifa?
Why would Antifa be there and
all the people that
try to overthrow election in their favor? That is the stupidest argument they could have made.
Well, nobody caught them. They weren't arrested. They got out.
Okay, so let's just clarify. The people that were
They
arrested.
put an old lady in jail.
The people that were arrested, were they Antifa?
No, none of them were.
Okay, so the people that were convicted
It was
were
organized. It was totally organized.
the people that were
Not
convicted,
all of it.
the people that were convicted, right, and were arrested, and were determined by a court to have abused and assaulted police officers. Would you say that those were Antifa?
None of them were.
Okay, so the violent rioters that Donald Trump pardoned, they were not Antifa, right?
I don't think so.
Okay, so why did Donald Trump release them onto the streets after they had assaulted police officers?
He wants a private army.
stirred
That's
up.
why. He wants his own private army.
Clear as you say, and you know it. No, it's not.
It is. I can give you an article right
He
here.
asked for 10,000 troops, and Pelosi
No, he
refused.
didn't.
No, Pelosi didn't have the authority to refuse that. Plus,
Another
Donald
stupid
Trump
fucking
has said,
argument. You need
now
to lay
that
off the
more members
Fox
of
News,
DC and a
bitch.
bunch of other
Bitch,
states,
it's melting
why
your
can he do that
fucking
when he couldn't do
brain.
it on January 6th.
He asked for it, and then he was refused.
She didn't have the authority to do that. Here's an article from The Hill. It's titled "Trump Pardoned Violent January 6 Rioters." Here are 5 of them.
Levi?
Fucking bitch is stupid.
The title is "Trump Pardoned Violent January 6th Rioters." Here are 5 of them.
Alright. Well, whatever.
Whatever. Oh.
January 6th was as clear as they state. That's all I'm saying. That's
Oh, it's
my
definitely
opinion.
clear it was an insurrection.
That's my opinion. That's my
No
opinion.
muddy waters there.
And I could go back on other
Very
things. Why did
violent
they put
attempt to
Manafort in
overthrow
jail
our government.
and solitary confinement? Why did you ruin all those lives with the Russia gate and everybody got away with that? Didn't that destroy a lot of lives?
We're talking about violent rioters who were released from the streets by Trump. If you're talking about Russia, the Russia investigation, that there was determined interference on behalf of Russia in the 2016 election. Now, it wasn't proven that Trump colluded with Russia, but it was proven that Russia did interfere. So that investigation was legitimate.
But not on Donald Trump's, not for Donald Trump.
No, they did it in benefit of Trump, but Donald Trump wasn't proven to have been involved.
Of course he wasn't involved.
Okay,
All I can say is the country is going in the, my point is, this country is going in the wrong direction.
Under Trump,
yeah, definitely.
Under Trump, under Biden too. That's how it got to Trump.
What did Biden do to cause this country to go?
Biden was a total
Infrastructure Act, that's how
person
Biden ruined the country.
president. We all knew that
Chips
he
and
was
Science Act
suffering
ruined the
from
country
dementia and from Parkinson's.
There's no evidence
I'm a
that he has
nurse.
dementia.
I'm a nurse. He definitely has Parkinson's.
Nope. There's no evidence
Nope.
of that.
Oh yeah.
He
He's all
does have cancer, right? But there's no evidence
that
of
that
Parkinson's
cancer
or
does not
dementia.
do that. The way he walked, the way his hands are, look up the effects of Parkinson's. Guaranteed you that he has.
I have, and I'm familiar, but like I don't think that there's evidence of that. And then secondly, he was diagnosed with cancer. If he did have dementia or he had Parkinson's, he would have been determined or diagnosed of that. So I just want to be very clear. Plus, like, do you have the authority to diagnose?
No, but I've seen a lot of cases.
Okay, so that's like I just don't know why you would say that gives you the authority to
Well, I
diagnose
lived
someone.
with a person in my family that had it.
Okay, but like there is no evidence that he even has it, and his own medical professionals have not indicated that.
Yeah.
And it would have happened at this point.
He was
There's no election he's running for.
Yeah, he was of sound body and mind.
No, because he had
No.
cancer. He just didn't know it.
He didn't have brain cancer.
He's stage 4 cancer.
Yeah, but not in his brain.
So, you don't think
so
stage
that-
4 cancer is going to affect your ability to be president? Don't act like that wouldn't affect your ability to be president. Come on.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's just such an absurd thing to say as a nurse. Like, genuinely, are you okay?
Yeah,
No,
I
she's
know,
not.
I'm
You
fine.
think stage
She's
4
a piece of
cancer
fucking shit.
would not affect someone's
Trump supporter,
ability to be
Republican.
president of the United States?
Well, it all depends where
Come
it
on.
is. And if you're getting chemotherapy and you're taken care of,
No, it doesn't.
you can start.
Right? Anyone who's going to be in a situation of stage 4 cancer, right, shouldn't be in a situation where they should be president of the United States, right? Because they should
So why
be dealing
wasn't
with their medical
president?
health. He wasn't
Why wasn't
diagnosed with that at the time.
Oh, but it was there. Cancer
Yeah.
doesn't come overnight.
But he didn't know yet.
Yeah. He was a bad president, let's face it.
What
Fuck
did he do that
you,
was bad?
bitch.
Everything.
Name one thing.
Everything. The whole country changed from him.
Name one thing that he did that was bad.
Everything. The economy.
I'll say
started
nominate
trickling
Merrick
down
Garland. That
badly.
was bad.
Can you name to me one
And,
thing?
and he
No, she
split the
can't.
country. He really did.
No, he didn't.
Him and his son.
Trump
Can you name me
split
one
the
metric
country.
of the economy that has got better off since Trump's got in office?
Oh, they're on a long time.
Can you name me one
Hey,
metric
you
of
know
the
what?
economy that's got better off since Trump got in office?
Well, I don't have any problem living and paying for things, that's for sure. I know my business is doing damn well now.
Okay, so what metric of the economy has got better off since Trump got in office?
She won't answer that question because you know the answer is zero. And she knows that.
Economy.
I know that, and you know
The
it.
metric of the economy, for example, real GDP growth, real median wage growth,
Well, let's
unemployment,
face
and
it.
inflation.
The unemployment and inflation, well, the markets seem to be faring well, don't they? The
Okay, so-
401ks these seem to be faring well.
Yeah, S&P 500, Dow
401ks,
Jones, and
yeah.
NASDAQ are all growing at a lower rate in the first year and a half under Trump compared to the last year and a half under Biden.
Not true.
That is
Not
true. I've done the math myself.
Rallied. The NASDAQ and a lot of them had gone up, and it's very volatile. It goes up and down, up and down. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, I've done the math. There is a lower rate of growth for a Dow Jones, S&P 500, and NASDAQ under The last year and a half
How
under
about
Biden
work?
versus the
Yeah,
first
but
year and a
how
half under
about-
Trump.
Yeah, but how about work wages? Have they gone up?
No,
No
we're
tax on
stagnated.
tips, no tax on overtime. That
So-
doesn't help people.
Real
No, it
median
doesn't.
wages is growing at a slower rate than what it was the last year and a half under Biden's administration. So that's also the
No.
case.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Okay.
So there's
And,
none of those
no
metrics. But the
tax
reason
on,
why
no tax on tips.
that's not a metric of the
helping people.
economy.
And no tax on
It's not the big
overtime.
deal
It's
you
not,
think it is.
That's not a metric of the economy. Those are very small portions of
should
the
be.
big beautiful bill. That's not a metric of the economy. You know that, right?
She doesn't know that. She's not smart enough to
all I
understand
can say is,
that. Last tree.
you're not going to win me over. There's no way.
Of course not. You don't have the intelligence.
There's no way. The economy will straighten out if people have
Oh, it
patience
won't.
and just wait.
We're
Everything
going to
will
a
turn out to
recession,
be
you
fine.
stupid bitch.
Positive thinking is a good way of thinking. To be negative is not a good thing.
Okay.
So
you say
let's all rally together, Republicans and Democrats, and work together
Hey,
as
New
one
A, how you doing?
to straighten out the mess in this country between the
I
radical
don't think. I think you're the only one on.
and
Thanks for joining the stream. How you doing?
the Republicans. You have radical Republicans also. We need
Trump's
to
one
work
of-
together.
Trump's
Yeah,
one of them.
Trump's one of
Did you know that he
All
called
right,
for the
and
execution of some?
Obama's the only president that interfered with other sitting presidents in the practical history of this country. All right?
Did you know that Trump called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and not follow unlawful orders? So the idea that Democrats are the ones perpetuating disunity in the country and Republicans are trying to perpetuate unity is crazy. Again, Donald Trump has done
Delusional.
everything he can to undermine the unity of this country by calling for the execution of his political opponents simply because they said to follow the law and to not follow an unlawful order if you're given it, which is the same thing Mike Pence said after January 6th. It's the same thing that Pete Hegseth said before 2016. So this is something that's been said for a very long time. It's a very normie position. And Donald Trump called it treasonous and said that they deserve the death penalty because of it. He said, you were posting someone saying, hang them, George Washington what? I can show you on the screen if you'd like to see.
Right. And everybody takes it serious. Nobody gets his satire. You know.
Oh, you think that's okay to do as
housing-
president?
You know what? We're never going to see eye to eye. You and I never will see eye to eye. I enjoy debating with you, but I'm backing Israel. Housing supplies are.
Okay. I'm not sure what
Why?
that is.
Why do you back Israel?
Why do I back Israel? Because I'm
Committing a
Jew.
genocide right
And I
now.
have family that was executed during Auschwitz and Dachau.
So it makes it all right to
Nobody
commit
anybody
a
was left.
genocide,
That's
right?
why.
Justify the state of Israel.
What happened was it they did to the young people
I agree.
during that festival. And there's
Okay,
deniers.
wait, you said specifically on October 7th. If you think that was you definitely think what Israel's done to Palestinians is a genocide.
Well, do you have people, family that live in Israel that get bombed for 40 years every day?
Answer the
Someone's
question,
getting locked
bitch.
over, some kind of bomb, or some kind of rocket that they make walls out of the shells that are being lobbied over in Israel. Go to a cafe, it blows up. Come on, Israel. What? How many Jews in the world? 12 to 15 million. That's all they're there. They're the smallest religion going. And after they get rid of the Jews, they're going to go after the Christians. You know it. I know it.
So can I tell you something? So you have to understand that Jewish people live in the United States that don't support the state of Israel. You can be Jewish and not support the state of Israel because you can be Jewish and say you disagree with the ethno-states.
Well, you could disagree. Anybody could disagree with anything. I'm a strong supporter of Israel.
But why?
That's all I can
Why?
say.
Because you say that like
They have the right to
Strong
exist.
supporter of genocide, that's why. Unless I have to hurt
Yes,
people.
they should.
No.
Why
No,
not?
because I disagree with
Well,
the
there
existence
is 2 million. There's over 2 million
I'll tell you
Muslims
what.
living in Israel, and they work
Okay.
together very well.
You have
And
to
they did have working permits where they used to go over the border, back and forth to work in Israel, and then they would go back to either the West Bank or the Golan Heights. They had working permits. The Muslims that live in Israel, they get along with each other. Everybody, they get along with each other. So it's not only Israelis that live there. You have Christians that live there. You have Muslims that live there. You have a multicultural areas that live there.
Yeah,
I support Israel.
But they want
I'm
to,
sorry.
But they want to maintain ethnic majority of the country to be Jewish, right? And I think that's an ethno state because they're saying if it goes, that they won't let it go below 50% majority Jewish people, which again, I think that you can maintain security and safety for Jewish people without the existence of an ethno state.
So we're just a few weeks from opening the restaurant. It's fun, it's exciting, but it's also very stressful. Being able to count on restaurant.
You can turn alfalfa into silage?
Makes this
How do you do that?
easier. That's what I look.
Yeah, but look what's going on, calling for the death and destruction of Israel.
Okay,
I mean, a lot of people are calling for that death and destruction of Israel.
Yeah, I disagree with the state of Israel
you know what?
being a Jewish
Genocide,
state,
Israel.
which I disagree with all ethnic
You know
states
what?
exist.
They're multicultural, and you know it. What went
It's
on in
an
Iran?
ethnic
How many
state.
thousands of youths were killed, murdered, shot because they want freedom of speech, and not one person that protested at the universities, protested the Iranian embassy, and called what happened in Iran. So let's call it what it is.
The protesters. So yeah, let's just be clear. What's your definition of
Murder, destruction.
Okay, so
of human beings.
Yeah, so it's the intent to destroy in part or in whole a people group with a certain protected class. Okay, so that would be something that's happened in Gaza, what Israel's done to Gaza, because they purposefully tried to destroy in part or in whole the Palestinian people. But if you're specifically referencing,
Is that
right,
you need that to make
just an individual
or silage out of alfalfa?
is not evidence of it. But you would have to have that specialized intent, which clearly Israel has with Gaza.
Israel has not occupied Gaza since
Yes,
2005.
They're currently
Since
occupying, and they've
2005.
even prevented food from going in. Also,
Why has that been?
yeah, because they are literally engaging in war crimes and murdering innocent civilians within Gaza.
Who is?
The Israeli government.
Oh, the Israeli government. But the people, Hamas and that, are not killing any Israelis.
No, Hamas is horrible as well. The individuals in Hamas who have committed war crimes should be held accountable, and the individuals in the Israeli government who have committed war crimes should also be held accountable. You forget that I can disagree with both Hamas and how the Israeli government are operating.
Listen, I don't condemn you for your beliefs. Everybody has a right to believe what they can. I believe in what I believe, you believe in what you believe. That's what makes America great.
Does Palestine have a right to exist?
Palestine, well, if you go back in history, what was the intent? What was Palestine? What was it made up of?
And I just want to, because like you guys ask all the time, does Israel have a right to exist?
Should have their
Does
own
Palestine
state.
have the right to exist?
Yes, they do. Everybody has a right to have their own state.
So then how do you feel about Benjamin Netanyahu specifically funding Hamas by allowing Qatari funds to go into Gaza to fund Hamas so that they can build up Hamas to then go against the PA to prevent a Palestinian state from arising?
Well, he's been through a lot with the Jewish people, what happened to them at that festival, and
this was before October 7th. So he went through a lot before it even happened?
No, I'm talking about something else.
Yeah, he allowed in Qatari funds to go into Gaza, right, before October 7th. Hell, I would argue that the Israeli government, right, had some sort of negligence on behalf of what happened on October 7th. You know that in Israel, right, they could have easily had a quicker response to October 7th, but didn't.
Oh, you got it.
You can travel across the entirety of Israel in like 40 minutes. Okay, it's like the size of New Jersey. The idea that for that long there wasn't a response from the Israeli government, to me, is suspect.
So you're trying to, you really think that?
Yeah, genuinely. I don't know what the Israeli government... And this is a non-conspiracy question to ask. Hell, Charlie Kirk even asked the same question. Did you know that? This question was asked by Charlie Kirk, not just by me.
Didn't know that.
Of course not.
Didn't know that. I think me.
Because you're not willing to investigate anything. You're just willing to believe all of Trump's lies.
So I have to sign it.
just say, oh, he's telling the truth, blah, blah, blah.
Very nice.
Change your mind.
Maybe I can change your mind too.
Good luck with that
We
one.
would agree to disagree, and I think we could have a cup of cappuccino together and be friends.
There's
I
no
know.
way I'd be a friend with you,
I-
fucking bitch.
Because you have a different belief. I don't hate you and I don't dislike you. I think everybody has a right to their own
I think you're a
opinion.
disgusting
That's
person.
what makes us free. I don't dislike you. I think we would get along fabulously. Because I think you're a good guy. You have your opinion, I have my opinion. But we could still get along. That's life. As you get older, you'll see.
Okay, well, I appreciate you coming in.
I appreciate you for having me. And I hope one day we'll meet.
Okay, alrighty. Have a great rest of your night.
Total cut. Play now for free.
A dating app banned my account for using fake photos. They said my picture was clearly a much younger man, and they shut me down as a catfish. I want to show you that picture because I took it in my kitchen 4 months ago. And the crazy part is,
Okay.
a year ago, the same app was a graveyard for me.
So they're adding more John Deere equipment? Now is this 22 or 25? What do you got for me, Austin?
After a year of feeling sorry for myself, my buddies pushed me onto the apps, and I want to be honest about how that went because nobody talks about it. For 4 months, I sent hundreds of likes, and I got 2 matches.
Hi there, everyone. Happy Thursday. It's 4 o'clock in the East. Well, it didn't take very long for even Donald Trump's own voters to sour on him. Less than 2 years into Trump 2.0, and the vast majority of all Americans are completely fed up with the rising costs, spurred by what may be Donald Trump's greatest political betrayal of all time, starting a war in the Mideast with no clear or easy way to get out. A new analysis by Yahoo Finance finds this, quote, "You're not imagining it. Everything is expensive. The conflict with Iran this year has pressured prices even further. Gas prices are nearly $1 higher than a year ago.
What game are you
A typical
playing?
16-item basket of groceries compiled by Yahoo Finance was 41% higher in July than the same month in 2019, far outpacing overall inflation. That inconvenient truth continues to drive Donald Trump's poll numbers down ever lower and lower and lower. A new poll by
25,
Politico finds
okay.
that 56% of Americans view the high cost of living as
I
the
gotta
most
try and get
important
back
issue
into
facing the
25.
country today, followed by 29% of people who say the poor state of the economy is the top issue. They're laying the blame directly at Donald Trump's feet at this point. When asked about the failures of Trump's presidency, 36% say cost of living, 27% say the economy more broadly, 23% say it's Donald Trump using the presidency to enrich himself, and 21% say it's Trump's tariffs. And if Trump is looking for good news in any of this, you might want to change the channel right about now. When asked about the successes of Trump's presidency, the number one answer, the number one response at 36% was, none of these have been successes. And the anger isn't confined to feelings held by Democrats and independents. Politico writes this about these poll results. Quote, "The results reveal an urgent warning sign for Trump as Republicans try to keep his winning coalition intact ahead of November, and new indications of where among the very voters that helped elect him in 2024. The issue cutting most sharply against Trump is also the one voters, including his own, say matters the most, and it has been for months." One Republican strategist telling Politico this, quote, "For gas prices, it's hard to find a more visible or salient indicator of prices than them, right? I think
Two-car
voters
barn,
are
private
drawing a pretty
modifications.
direct line between a
775 cows per,
because
wow.
of the war to higher gas prices. And, you know,
That's a
I don't
big
know
barn.
if there's a way around that right now. As the war puts pressure on Americans' finances,
That would be a
Iran
barn of
manages
utter
to
importance.
humiliate Donald Trump on the world stage. A threat forced him to be smuggled inside a catering truck with his Diet Coke valet alongside him, behavior more associated with the bootleg Imelda Marcos. Iran is now openly taunting Donald Trump, saying the war will not end anytime soon, with Tehran vowing to prolong the war until Donald Trump is out of office. Trump economy putting renewed pressure on him to end the war. As Iran promises to keep fighting is where we begin today with two of our favorite friends. Publisher for The Bulwark, host of the Focus Group podcast, Sarah Longwell is here. Also joining us, political analyst, host of the Bulwark podcast, Tim Miller is here. It's so nice to have both of you. Thank you.
What's up, Joe?
All in. What do you got?
Sounds like it, man.
Call.
I want to start with the Bush line because, Sarah, I think you said this to me when I had you on my podcast. And I lived through the Bush line. Like 32% means you can't really land Air Force One in normal political times. It means nobody wants you in the district because they don't want the local coverage and the coverage of their constituents seeing you with a politician at 32%. Trump is now not just flirting with 32, he's sort of squatting right on top of it in Quinnipiac and AP and a bunch of polls. And I wonder, in your view, one, if it's the floor, and two, if you see anything changing in our body politic now that he's at that number.
I definitely don't think it's the floor. What you're seeing actually is the numbers, they're all bouncing around a little bit. They're all bouncing around in a lower place. But the aggregate right now has them around 38%. And when I talk about the Bush line, what I mean is I want those aggregates of all the polls to be down at 32% and lower. And the reason that the Bush line is so important to me is that when Bush left office, right, with his low approval rating because it was an unpopular war and a bad economy, the Republican Party at that point was able to be essentially hijacked by Donald Trump and these outside forces because there was like a weakness from when Bush had left office, right? A perception that he left office and it wasn't a successful second term. And it's important that Americans see Donald Trump and the MAGA experiment as a failure, not just so that we don't repeat what happens with Donald Trump, but also so that everything that Trump touches from here on out, the people that were in his administration, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, that their political futures are imperiled by their association with Trump and this administration. And so that's why Trump being that low, but it also matters for 2026. I mean, there is a direct correlation between the low approval rating of the sitting president for that party having a poor outcome in the midterms. And so we want Donald Trump to be as low as possible going into the 2026 elections because that will enable sort of that blue wave to crest. And I think one of the reasons that you're seeing so many polls come out showing individual matchups in swing states between Democrats and Republicans, you're seeing the Democrats start to
be mowing this field
is that
2
the
months.
environment is tainted
That's all grass.
by Donald Trump, by the fact that Republicans have nothing to run on, nothing optimistic to run on. What are they going to talk about? The reflecting pool, the arch, the ballroom? These are Trump's obsessions, and Republican congresspeople or senators, they can't run on that. And so Trump being unpopular, it also diminishes enthusiasm among Republican voters. So you get this enthusiasm gap between Democrats who will crawl over broken glass to vote for their candidates and a Republican base that's like, well, I don't need to show up. This is nothing's going well and I'm not happy with how things are going. So I think that's the national environment that these numbers are creating.
What's interesting to me is that this is the point, I think, 9 years in, where the political strategy is the best bulwark, not to use your name, but the best prophylactic against authoritarianism, right? Like it's the first moment where there's a political solution right there on the table to grab to protect the country from becoming a straight up authoritarian structure in terms of political prosecutions and a military not accountable to Congress or the military. I mean, this is that moment. And I wonder, Sarah, if that's coming up in focus groups.
Oh, Nicole, every time I'm on, I always want to tell you so badly that the American people are shuddering at this authoritarian power grab. But of course, that's not really the way that voters are experiencing it. Instead, what is happening is they're saying, look, we hired this guy to do one thing. We hired him to lower prices. He promised he would lower prices. And not only do we not have prices that are lower, but he has done specific policy things, namely tariffs and the war in Iran, both of which are increasing costs, keeping inflation high, and doing the exact opposite of what voters wanted. Now, that's voters in general. I will say on the Democratic side, to your point, and I think you're seeing this in the way that Democrats are really unifying after what are these incredibly toxic, bruising primaries, is them saying, this is our best chance to put a check on Trump in terms of what he is doing. And I think that what Democrats have learned is that they should talk less about authoritarianism and instead talk about the things that allow them to win elections so that they can curb the authoritarianism that we're seeing. And I think that that's actually a pretty good impulse.
Tim, tell me how you see the moment.
Yeah, I guess I agree with everything Sarah said. I would add a couple of points to it. I do think that there's a little, you are seeing this galvanizing force on the Democratic side.
Biggest field?
Some people certainly are motivated by seeing, feeling like they have agency to stop this authoritarian takeover. And I think if you look at these primaries, all this focus, for example, in Michigan and Wisconsin on kind of the factional dispute on the Democratic side, one thing that I think was undercovered that struck me was just absolutely gargantuan turnout in both of those primaries on the Democratic side, and much smaller turnout on the Republican side. I mean, the losing candidates in the Michigan and Wisconsin races, I think would have won every, just in raw vote total, would have won every Democratic primary in the past decade in those states, right? So, I think you are seeing that for sure. The reason why Trump has to get his numbers lower, and why I think it's important for the Democrats to keep being aggressive, particularly on prices and the way that the stupid war has contributed to higher prices, is that if you look at that number that Sarah said, the 38% number versus 32, this is going to be a very meaningful difference in the Senate, in the key Senate states. The states where the Senate will be decided most likely, Ohio, Iowa, Texas, Alaska, maybe some others. But if you just look at those four, Trump won them by about 11, 12, 13 points. So he was about, call it 10 points higher than he was nationally in those states. So if he's at 38, that means he's probably 48 or 47 or 46 in those key states. And that makes those races very competitive. If he's down at 32, and he's in the low 40s in those states, that makes those states very winnable for James Talrico, Sherrod Brown, Josh Turek, Mary Peltola, who are all running really good races in those four red states. And so, to me, I think that is the political job of the Democratic Party, the pro-democracy movement, is how can you communicate to that? How can you take his number down to where it is even lower, and talking to people who are Trump voters. And to me, that's focusing on the betrayal and making sure that they tie the higher costs that they're experiencing to Trump's choices directly.
Sarah, let me play some of your Trump voter focus groups. We'll hear directly from them.
I remember the day that we started going to war with them, and I could have sworn Trump said we're going to go in and out, it's going to be everywhere for 2 weeks. And it's taken forever, and I think he realizes this is a big mistake. And I seriously think he don't know how he's going to get out of there.
I was holding out for F. I was expecting mass deportations, real mass deportations. That's kind of what I was expecting. I was expecting, revising who's actually being able to be, a resident as well. Iran is really bothering me because I feel like for decades we've spent a lot of time in the Middle East for all the wrong reasons, not serving our interests, but serving Israel's interests.
Oh, we're complicit in a genocide. It's not like Americans haven't done a genocide before, right, Native Americans?
Israel's interests.
Sarah, what's so interesting to me is these are the people enthused by the mass deportation signs at the convention. These are the people who feel for him, right? There's some sympathy from the first Trump voter that she really thinks that he just didn't understand and made a big mistake. What are those voters going to do in November?
I mean, these voters, so first of all, this is from our most recent group, and it was in Florida. And we did a couple groups of Republicans in Florida, and I mean, this is where Trump, MAGA lives there. It is the home of Mar-a-Lago. It is the home of Trump. These are where Trump voters, live and breathe the Trump stuff. I was genuinely surprised by how down all of these voters were on Donald Trump. He didn't get above a C from any of them. You were listening to that guy. He started out by saying, I was holding out for F. I want to give him an F because, and in that case, that guy was mad he wasn't doing more deportations, but also mad about the stupid war in Iran. Now, these are people who voted for Trump 3 times already. My guess is that these voters vote still for Republicans, but they're frustrated. And so as a broader matter of the electorate, I think 2 things are happening. I think your normies who live on the edge, right? Maybe even some of the lower info people, although in midterms people are more high information. But for the normies who live on the edge, many of them, I think, will vote for Democrats when the Democrat you're giving them is John Ossoff, when it's James Tallarico, when it's Mary Peltola. The candidate quality is pretty good. So some of them will vote, or even these right-leaning independents. I think that the other thing is that Trump is he's not on the actual ballot. So for people who are kind of these Trump-only hardcore voters, their enthusiasm is being sucked away from them. They're like, I don't know, I thought this was going to be better. I thought it was going to be like the first term when the economy's good, but the economy's not good, and there's a stupid war in Iran. And so that flagging enthusiasm, that goes to turnout. And that's the idea that Republicans are less rushing to the ballot box to defend Trump's record because they don't like Trump's record. And so they're just less motivated to stop the correction that will come from the enthusiasm on the other side putting Democrats in office.
Tim, I'm so struck by, again, these are voters who likely aren't getting any of their information from any of us. But they've reached the same conclusion, right? The thing with Iran is that he clearly doesn't know what to do. He is clearly afraid. The paper in Turkey is so destabilizing, I think, to citizens to think that a president was so frightened that he stuffed himself, or they stuffed him in a catering truck with his personal valet and left the cabinet in a decoy plane. I mean, even if you are sort of saying hardcore MAGA, these are very, very clear signs that Trump has lost the upper hand and has lost control of this fight with Iran.
For sure, and I saw a poll the other day just asking if it seems like the people in charge of the country are in control, and that number was way below the Bush line. It was in the teens. I do think people have this sense that this thing has gotten out of control for him. And I think one thing that's different now about the war in Iran and the prices is just how tangible it is. I apologize, when Sarah was talking, I wasn't looking at my phone. I was trying to grab this tweet that Trump sent. This was 2 months ago now. This was the deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. Ships of the world, start your engines. Let the oil flow. That was 2 months ago. And so the MAGA voter in Florida is still filling up his truck, or her truck, and it's costing a lot more. And they know what that price was before, and they know what it is now, and they can see why it's happening. And so it's even if they're getting their news from inside the MAGA bubble, reality is breaking through it a little bit. And I do think this is kind of a different story. I mentioned this before, if you think about some of these other big lies, whether that be about COVID, or whether it be about the election fraud, the alleged election fraud in 2020, it's these people's lives already impacted one way or the other by the election fraud. They're just mad that he lost. And so if you wanted to tell them a big lie, they were happy to hear it. Like, they're like, okay, I guess it was stolen. On COVID, I think a lot of these people are like, well, they were told all these lies. It was hard for them to kind of to figure out what was true, what was false. Like, should I blame China? Should I blame Fauci? Like, there were a lot of potential, scapegoats for this, and Trump's really good at scapegoating people. Like, the Iran was different than that. He went at it alone. There's nobody to scapegoat. I guess Bibi Netanyahu came in the situation and helped convince them. And so if people's lives are getting worse, and they're getting worse because of a decision Trump made, and there's nobody to point the finger at, it's like, even if they're watching propaganda news, like, they're living a reality that is in conflict with that propaganda. And so I think that's why you're seeing, like, his numbers go down, and why you're hearing that from his voters and those focus groups.
I want to come back to the first thing you said, Sarah, that this is not the floor. I want to press both of you on where you think that is and how you think Democrats get there. I have to sneak in a break. Also ahead, one of the most closely watched races in the country, that Sarah and Tim both mentioned, is that Senate race in Texas. We'll hear this hour from
Got all the trees cut down, finally. All the trees I want to do right now anyway. Make these two fields,
plus the super secret
expand these two
and
fields.
the new reporting on the CIA being skeptical about just how credible and big of a threat there may have been from Iran on that day in July with Donald Trump overseas. The reporter who broke that story is coming up. And later in the broadcast, Todd Blanche addressing the Department of Justice staff today for the first time as AG. He stressed unity and integrity in the rule of law. And he mentioned Trump's name once, seemingly trying to whitewash everything that he has directed to happen since he's been at the Department of Justice so far. All those stories and much more when Deadline White House continues after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. White House continues after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Democrats just got some very good news in one of the races Sarah, Tim, and I have been talking about this hour. That Senate race in Texas that could help deliver the Senate back to the Democrats. A new poll out of Emerson College finds that James Tallarico is in a virtual bid against embattled Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton as Republicans start to break with Donald Trump's party. If Tallarico were to win, it would be the first time a Democrat won an election for U.S. Senate in Texas in nearly 40 years. I want to bring in my friend and colleague, Chief Political Reporter Chris Jansing, who just spoke with James Tallarico at an event in Abilene, Texas. Sarah and Tim are still here. Chris, what do you say?
So it was really pretty extraordinary. You don't see a lot of this for sure. In 2026, there was bipartisan furor in the room in the community center behind me. Republicans, Democrats, independents, and at the center of it, James Tallarico, who for over the course of more than 30 minutes just listened. He wanted to know where their anger was coming from. And he said he's angry too about what's happening with these data centers. And I talked to one woman, for example, who said she has two sons. They just graduated college. She was excited about them going out on their own, but they wanted to stay here. Now, in the last 6 months, rents have in some cases doubled. So they are really concerned about this. The single most expensive data center in the country is being built here, 1,100 acres, and not only rents are going up, but they're concerned about water. Their electricity rates have gone through the roof. So listen to part of my conversation about it with Tallarico. Why here? Why come to a ruby red county and spend half a day, maybe a full day here, strategically, does it make sense?
Absolutely. I want to be a senator for all 31 million Texans, not just Democrats, not just independents, but Republicans too.
Maybe you're going to change the minds?
Well, I mean, I think you're already seeing it. You're seeing a lot of independents and Republicans joining this movement that we're building because it's bigger than party. This is about working people coming together across partisan differences, across cultural differences, geographic differences, so that we can come together and take on the corrupt politicians like Ken Paxton, who are selling us out every single day, including on this issue. Right? He's taken nearly $500,000 from data center companies, and then he turns around and protects those companies at our expense. And so if we can defeat the most corrupt politician in our state, then I really do believe we can come together to defeat this entire corrupt system.
It's really fascinating to me that the people around that table agreed with him, and they almost seemed surprised that they were talking to each other the way that they were. And when you talk about corruption, there was a 52-year-old man. He did not want to be filmed on camera when we were inside, but I spoke with him afterwards. He said he has been voting every election since he was 18 years old, and he has never voted for a Democrat. He believes Ken Paxton is corrupt. He will not vote for him. And I said, so will you vote for James Tallarico? And he said, I'm seriously considering it. He clearly was impressed that he came here, listened to what people had to say, and look, the polls are incredibly tight. But what I really noticed in the latest poll that came out today is that in all of the key metrics, James Tallarico is ahead. He's ahead on the economy. He's ahead on affordability. He's even ahead on keeping Texans safe. And so he's going to stay here tonight. He's going to do a rally not far from where I'm standing. And he believes that if he goes and learns from things like this and takes the message that people are giving him to other parts of the state, that it's part of the way to win. Not that he's not raising money. He's raising lots of money. But he thinks that this ground game, this one-on-one kind of aspect of his campaign could be the difference.
Chris, you've been on the ground for so many of these races in this moment, and I wonder if you sense that Tallarico is just a sort of apex political athlete, like a super talent, like Ossoff, like Obama, or if it's that Paxton is historically weak, or if it's that Trump is so unpopular. I mean, are you able to pull one thing out, or is it really this combination that leads to these circumstances?
All in. What do you got?
This combination that leads to these circumstances.
I actually asked him that question. I said, do you think the reason you're so in this race is because Donald Trump is so unpopular? Is it you? What is it? And he really does believe that this is a moment, right? And I think that's what I see. He's not the kind of political athlete that John Ossoff is, that El Sayed is, the people that I have been watching who have been riling up crowds. The question that he's answering is, can message rile up crowds? Can someone who sounds like you, who understands who you are, really when you look at campaigns like Abdul El Sayed, where a lot of the people who started his campaign are so much more progressive than the bulk of the people who are supporting James Tallarico. But the thing about them that they share is that people feel like they're listening and responding to their direct needs, that they're not getting sidetracked by some of the other stuff. I also asked him, for example, he said he's not going to get into the nastiness of the campaign. We've heard some things from Ken Paxton. He just said that he thinks that God is like guiding him to be the person to protect Texans from the ultra left. And he wouldn't even go there. He just said, look, I care more about who God is providing for. Am I providing the kind of message that God would support? And I think it's that kind of conversation that connects with people in a state like Texas. And he's running a very Texas race.
Yeah. Chris Jensing, awesome reporting and great get. Tallarico isn't doing many interviews at all, but of course he did one with you. Thank you for joining us. Sarah and Tim, let me bring you in on this. It is amazing how many, and I'm sure you experienced this, Sarah, in doing your focus groups, how many people just want to be heard and listened to. That seems to be one of Tallarico's superpowers.
Yeah, authenticity has become a real buzzword. It's like a watchword of the moment. And I sometimes think people think that being authentic is a specific thing. Like you gotta be able to engage everybody in all these ways and go on all these podcasts. But like, really what it means is, can you communicate in a style that's authentic to you? And I think Talrico's authentic style, and Tim and I got a chance to hang out with him because he came to one of our live shows at one point when we were in Texas. I think his style is like a kind, I want to sit and engage with you. I genuinely like people. I want to understand people. And I think that this is a real thing. Like, you hear this in the focus groups. People have a lot on their minds, and one of them is the data centers. But it really is the pain that they're feeling economically. And when somebody's willing to sit in front of you and say, hey, I hear that, and like, I really want to address it, and especially in contrast to Trump right now, where Trump is saying, hey, are you in a state that didn't vote for me? I'm not sending aid. Like, if you have a tornado, you have a hurricane, I'm not doing anything for you. For Talrico to do exactly the opposite, I think that there are still, and this is me believing that people are still good in a lot of ways. They've got a lot of good nature to them, including Trump voters. Like, in a place like Texas, you've got to believe that you can reach some of those people. And I always think one of the number one ways to reach people isn't telling them just like what they want to hear, but listening to them and saying that you're going to take their concerns seriously and that you want to be, a politician that's going to serve them regardless of party. But of course, it is the combination. It is the combination of the fact that Ken Paxton is wildly corrupt, and there's a lot of, again, good faith Republicans in Texas who really don't like him. I hear that in focus groups. And the fact that Trump's unpopular, it just gives Talrico an opening. And it seems like he's willing to grab it by going and really sitting down with people. Texas is a huge state. It requires a ton of money if you're just going to do TV. I love that he's not just relying on TV, that he's really getting in front of people and sitting down with them, because that is what it's going to take to turn Texas blue.
I also think that Talrico is, either because of the generational piece or because it's Texas, just hardwired, Tim, to latch on to the post-political issues. Like, data centers are not, Republicans are enabling them and facilitating them, but in terms of how voters perceive them, there is bipartisan rage. I think that's the best way to describe how actual people feel about data centers. They are enraged by them, and national politicians don't talk about them, or if they talk about them, they don't talk about them on national platforms. Maybe they're dealing with them locally. Prices is like not a partisan issue anymore. Everybody thinks everything is too expensive, and it's this political betrayal under it, but prices in and of themselves are not a partisan issue. And corruption. Corruption is so in people's face. Everywhere you look, someone named Trump has stolen something from the taxpayer. It's not just getting rich in a vacuum. It's getting government contracts. It's, squirreling away things for themselves. It's taking shady donations. It's dealing with people who are in legal peril and getting rich on the back end of that. I wonder what you think about the people doing the best, seemingly attracted to the least partisan issues.
Yeah, I think that's a super good. James Talrico definitely, I think, codes as being liberal, like his liberal values, and I think people can sense that, but he doesn't really come off as partisan, and those are two different things, right? Like, it's one thing to be like, hey, I'm a party team jersey bomb thrower, and I hate Republicans or I hate Democrats, right? And we see a lot of that out there in our politics today, and that's just not in his makeup. And so we have the data center example today. He was campaigning there, listening to Republicans in Abilene, Texas, in a red area who have concerns with a data center. There's another story that I've been covering on my podcast lately that Talrico brought to my attention, which was he was down on the border near the Big Bend part of Texas, and he was meeting with sheriffs there, Republican sheriffs, MAGA sheriffs, quite MAGA sheriffs actually, who post on their social media about the immigrants that they capture and stuff, real right-wing guys, and they're upset about the wall. They're Trump's back to building the wall, by the way, and they're adding to it, since he didn't finish it in the first term, through this Big Bend National Park, where it's insane to put it there. It is a desolate place. People go there for outdoors. Nobody crosses the border there. And what Trump is doing is building this wall, and it might make it easier for people to cross the border. For one, it costs a ton of money. It's corrupt, and even crazier. they're using eminent domain to take people's land in Texas, and some of it's going back to Mexico because the wall can't go right on the border. And so Trump's literally taking land from Texans and giving it to Mexico to put up his corrupt wall, and the sheriffs down there are like, this is crazy, we don't want this, we don't need this. Tallarico is there. He's just been very astute at finding these issues, demonstrating that he really cares about them, things that are post-partisan. He obviously came to attention going on Joe Rogan's show, and I think that Democrats could learn a lot from the strategy there, but I think that the strategy is working because it's pretty authentic to him.
Yeah, Joe Rogan said of him, why don't you run for president? We need a good person. So really ringing endorsement from him well ahead of the primary. All right, I get you guys a little bit longer. No one's going anywhere. When we come back, we'll get to the secret flight involving Donald Trump and the confusion around why the Secret Service thought they needed to covertly move him to a third plane that only a handful of people knew about. One more break. We'll be right back.
A hostess put me on her restaurant's TikTok at 62, pointing the camera at my table and telling her followers.
Meet the old man in the corner, ladies. Not everyone stays hot forever.
8 months later, they filmed me again and posted the 2 clips back to back. One where I looked 20 years younger, and nobody at that steakhouse ever realized it was the same man in both. I did.
Hi there, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in the East with the midterms just 90 days away now. Voters are practically shouting from the rooftops that what they want more than anything is relief from Donald Trump's economy.
Mary Trump, President Trump's niece, author of Too Much and Never Enough, and the Substack, The Good in Us. She also hosts Mary Trump Media on YouTube. Mary, good evening. Thanks for joining us here. I want to start off with The Atlantic has an article out today that is titled The Once Shameless President is Deeply Embarrassed, written by my colleague Jonathan Lemire. In it, he writes, quote, Donald Trump has shown something else, an ability to be embarrassed. When that has happened, he has lashed out angrily and has been willing to deploy the levers of government and his compliance staff to menace those he blames for his humiliation. Mary, are you seeing this in your uncle, the president, today?
Yes, and first of all, it's great to be with you. I think this is a really important topic because we are watching the President of the United States declining across every category: physical, psychological, emotional, and cognitive. And Donald is presenting an increasing danger to the people of this country. And what's really interesting is that he has spent his entire life trying desperately to avoid being humiliated. And now, on an almost daily basis, he's humiliating himself. And Donald has always been somebody who cannot take responsibility for anything. He is always looking for a scapegoat. We're seeing this now with Jeanine Pirro and Doug Burgum. But here's the thing, when it is so blatantly his fault, all of the myriad problems that we're dealing with right now, it's getting harder and harder to sell that narrative to people.
Mary, he's still pushing the pool vandalism theory without evidence, and I think in a way that it encapsulates it's such an easy, disprovable thing, right? In some ways, conspiracy theories are oftentimes hard for us, especially as journalists, to decisively say, this is not fact, this is not real. But he was willing to have, Jeanine Pirro was willing to tell him that he was wrong. To what extent do you believe that there are other people like Jeanine Pirro that are standing up to the president? Is there anybody in his own family that is doing this at this point?
I highly doubt it, and that's because all of Donald's relationships are transactional. So as long as somebody is getting something from him, or conversely, as long as he's getting something from them, they will continue to do whatever they have to do to get the benefit of the relationship. What's interesting, what we're seeing with Pirro is a new twist because we've seen a long line of people over the years who've been 100% loyal to Donald, and he has turned around and destroyed them or cut them off. Loyalty is a one-way street. But Pirro has reached this point because what Donald is asking her to do is risk disbarment by bringing fraudulent prosecutions against completely innocent people. So the reflecting pool may seem like a minor issue, and in some ways, I guess you could say that it's just representative of the malignant incompetence of the Trump regime. But on the other hand, we could also look at it as a core problem of this presidency. Donald is so desperate to change the subject, he is so desperate to be right all the time, that he is wasting his time and taxpayer money on issues that are taking attention away from much more important things. He had a meltdown in the Oval Office, an incomprehensible meltdown about the reflecting pool for 8 minutes. We are a nation at war because he chose a war against Iran, and he is completely obsessed with things that are relevant to nobody but him.
One of the dynamics that we're all watching unfold is somebody who quite openly doesn't sleep. And we know that because Sean Hannity has said, quote, he's almost always awake, that he receives. Sean Hannity does calls from him at 2, 3, 6 in the morning. Secretary Scott Bessent, he said that he's received a call from him at 2 a.m. And I know some people can operate more on little sleep than others, but the extent of this, it really turns your head. My question for you, as somebody that's had a lifetime of insight into him, is this how he's always operated? And you also say that he's losing impulse control. What do you mean by that?
First of all, as to the sleep issue, my grandfather needed very little sleep. But my grandfather was also a very healthy person. He didn't drink, he didn't do drugs, he didn't smoke, he had a relatively good diet, and he's just one of those people who's lucky to be able to get by on 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night. But he also gave his children the message that needing sleep was weakness, and being weak was not something anybody could ever allow themselves to be thought of. So I think Donald took that to heart and feels like in order to be a tough guy, he needs to get by on very little sleep. He's not healthy. We know that he drinks an excessive amount of Diet Coke, and of course he's getting older. So this is going to have a serious impact on his ability to stay awake during the day, to focus. It's going to have a negative impact on his short-term memory. And I mean, this is all of a piece. As I mentioned, he's obviously in cognitive decline. His father had Alzheimer's. We see that with the sleeping during the day, and impulse control or loss of impulse control is also a sign. And Donald's somebody who's never had great impulse control anyway. So I think the best way to look at it is Donald's not different. Just all of these things are revealing who he's always been all along, and he's just having a harder time hiding it from us.
We should be clear that this is not a medical evaluation here, but this is one in understanding somebody that's known him for a lifetime. Mary, on that front, you separated from your uncle years ago, but there were some folks that had MAGA megaphones in 2024 that really helped boost his campaign. They're deserting your uncle in the droves. I want you to take a listen.
Township. Play now.
We've got to support Trump or civilization will collapse. Those are quotes. It's true. I'm calling for it right now. 25th Amendment, impeachment, whatever needs to happen to get this front and center, to get control of our country.
I've been very open to the fact that I will be supporting Trump. I'm completely embarrassed that I supported Trump in the past because of, the fact that he completely flipped on his entire base.
I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
I'm behind you. I never even wanted Trump to win until it was the only guy to vote for. I became an active Trump supporter when they raided Mar-a-Lago. You and I and everyone else who supported him, you wrote speeches for him, I campaigned for him. We're implicated in this for sure. I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional.
Mary, I last saw you in person at one of the Joe Biden, Donald Trump debate during the summer of 2024. And I wish I had maybe asked you the question at the time, could you foresee one of his primetime speakers in Tucker Carlson departing from him so suddenly? But did you think at the time that potentially that there would be this sort of a separation happening with such swiftness?
I don't know if I would have been able to pinpoint it so specifically, but it isn't surprising. And I think anybody who's known Donald at all, and you're right, I'm not a neurologist or anything, but there's plenty of evidence based on my own experiences, my grandfather's Alzheimer's, that he is deteriorating. But it's not even that's the issue. It's the fact that Donald will always get worse, and as he loses a step, he becomes more desperate and he lashes out, and it is becoming harder and harder for people like Tucker Carlson, etc., to support him. But what I'm seeing isn't a change in heart, because Donald has been doing horrific things for the last decade. He's been accused of horrific things. He's been indicted and found liable for horrific things. What these people are doing is rebranding in the hopes that there is a future for the Republican Party beyond Donald. But I think it's also really important to realize that these people speaking out now are largely responsible for keeping him in power, and he's
That was a quick one. I think I'm going to go ahead and shut it down anyway. Got to start my other Bomber Crew campaign, Super Bowl 10. Check that out on my other channel. Don't forget to check out my parody songs. 3 of them have to do with farming: Born to Fry, Lay, a parody of Stay by Sugarland, and Daddy Can't Find His Arm. Those are available on my other channel, Corky Duke. I'm Corky Duke Farminator. Come with me if you want to farm. This is Farming Simulator 22. Michigan Farms Map, Schafer's Ag Service Part. Oh damn, I forgot. 115. 115. It's an accurate replica of the farm I grew up on. Thanks for watching, and we'll see y'all later. Y'all take care. Bye.